Hello. Let's check the microphone. Mic check 1 2 1 2. Something something in the floor. Let me do 1 2. Cause what? I ain't friendly. I don't with y'all try to tame who ain't enough. Can y'all hear me? Drop a one if you can hear me, please. Drop a one if are you cannot hear me. Drop a one if you can hear me. Please. Thank you. Hi everyone. Welcome. Welcome, welcome, welcome. All right. So it is good audio. Good, good, good. I have a pimple patch here because I have a pimple. Don't ask about it. Just ignore it. We're just going to ignore it. All right. So I've had a couple of messages about my thumbnail, and someone asked if I was doing a sort of reference to believe all women and that they cannot believe that I would do a riff off of believe all women. I don't know where you think you are. Let me just be very clear because I've said this so many times. The fact that you obviously haven't heard it, I do not believe all women. I remember that video of this white lady in Central Park calling the police, straight up lying on camera about being attacked by the men in the park. I've watched women on TikTok cried just to show that they can cry on cue. If it wasn't clear to you that I don't quote unquote believe all women, let me be the first. Let me disabuse you of any misconception that you may have. I go where the stats lead. I go where the data leads me. I don't just go off my feelings, though sometimes I look at my feelings and then go try to verify it. But I promise you, I'm not the person to sit up here and say, we need to believe all women. It ain't ever gonna happen. So, whatever you felt, however you felt, I am not responsible for that feeling at all. It is not a thing. I do not believe all women. I've been lied on. Actually, not even in my real life. On YouTube, people have been dragging, people have dragged me, lied on me. Women have lied on me on YouTube. Like, what do you mean, believe all? What do you mean? Believe a woman is a wild thing to say. Right? Someone said, I believe all women. Good for you. Good for you. When it comes to what believe all women was about, it for me was about take claims as legitimate, investigate them as legitimate, and then provide justice as required. It has never, ever, ever, at the height of the Me Too movement, when I first came on YouTube, I made that very clear. I got dragged for it, but I made that very clear. Ain't no believe, no anything. Ain't no believe, no all anything. That's not a thing I do. That is not a thing I do. So, if you felt some kind of way about the thumbnail, I don't want to apologize. I do not, I care about your feelings, but something that has also happened online is that in an attempt to make space, I hate that phrase now, in an attempt to make space for people to feel and be truthful about how they feel, somewhere along the line, there has been this kind of misconception that I just sit here and we just devolve into the realm of feelings and we're ignoring stats and reality and pushback and meaningful questions. I don't know where that came from because whoever, man or woman, who came up on here, we would be debating generally. And so I think that we need to refocus a little bit because I do think it is a while for me to have a thumbnail and someone is like messaging me trying to get into like a debate about my thumbnail. If you don't like the thumbnail, make your own and go live and talk about it. I don't know. I don't know. That was just kind of frustrating. No, I don't believe all women. If it wasn't clear then, hopefully it's clear now. All right. now that that's out of the way, I do have one small story that I wanted to tell. As I was walking home, this may or may not have happened. Let me just let me because I realize the way that I tell stories and the way that I piece parts of stories together, it it's not the people's name. This story doesn't matter. Um it's not the people's name. It's never in the same area. It's never at the same place. I'm usually trying to switch some things up. And my Portugal story was like very vivid and very straightforward. And I probably shouldn't have done it that way. Anywho, this one doesn't matter. I'm coming home, and this person experiencing homelessness saw me, and he said, he came up to me and started lecturing me about corporations being bad and capitalism being bad. He didn't use the word capitalism, but essentially, capitalism bad. You should check out a capitalism. How dare you partake in capitalism? And I was like, you know what? Period. Period. If that's what you need to tell yourself to cope in the world, that's what you need to tell yourself to cope in the world. I didn't say that, but I was just like, love that for you. So I'm walking away. He goes, do you have any money? So you just called me a slave to the capitalist system. I did have $2. I did have two. I don't usually have cash, but I did have $2. And when I can help, I help. But it was just it was just so weird to see someone so overtly opposed to the capitalist system. Period. I should have been like, I am friendly. uh, welcome. Period. Um, Thank you all so much for being here. I think this will be a members only live stream. After I'm done, I think I'm just gonna do members only. For those who want to come to the Discord, I've gotten a lot of message. By a lot, I mean like 6 or 7, asking how to do the Discord thing. I will post at the Discord level for membership, and I will add people to the Discord member this weekend. So I apologize. I've been really, really busy. So if you want to be a part of the Discord, let me know. We were going to watch this on the Discord, but I couldn't figure it out. So now we just going to watch it here and then make it members only. All right. So one of the things that I find really frustrating. All right. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Let me hit the intro. And after I hit the intro, we'll start this this video. Not $2 in the capital. Look, no, because I identify as a member. Period. By the way, if you want to be a part of the Discord and you're not at the Discord level, I will talk to some people in the Discord. And I will try to figure out a way for other people who are not at the Discord level to be members in the Discord, because we're building a really nice, solid community. And I would like to talk to you all, do calls and such. I mean, we still do it now, but yeah, I was told to reopen the Discord. So here we are. All right, let's start this video. Let's do it. Okay. So someone said Mimi Humor said something. I don't see it. Mm-mm-mm. Wait, I can't find Mimi Humor, so I'll let me know. Sorry, I can't find it. No, because I identify as a member. Period. Oh, there it is. How do I put this? So there are people who come online, and I've never fully understood this. They make claims about people and they harass, because I think this white woman is harassing people. Um, they harass people, but they never give concrete evidence of what the person does. And this always strikes me as odd because if you're going to quote unquote tell your story, it makes sense that you are being specific in the way that you tell your story so that the people you're trying to get sympathy from, empathy, care from, that they understand what it is that you are attempting to say. I feel like that's the bare minimum. What these people do is they're like, oh, we're holding space, and there is this like very specific way that we have learned to speak. I call it sociology talk. Some people call it psychology speak. It is a very weird way. It's in the rhythm of the language, it's in the word choice. But if you actually try to figure out what these people are saying, there's no substance. And what it's reliant on is that the audience is triggered by experience as either a man or woman, and also awareness of these words and using these words that are absolutely meaningless to sort of make someone else a villain. I also realize that as a human being that exists, that lives on Earth, you're the villain in someone else's story. Rightfully or wrongfully, you're the villain in someone else's story. But when people are telling their story and where they're the antagonist or the victim, and you are they're the protagonist, and they're the victim, and you're the antagonist, and you caused harm, one would expect a through line, an arc, a story, a meaningful way of representing what happened so that we, the audience, can understand how that person is bad and you are good. Let me disabuse you of that right now. This white lady, this white lady does not do any of that. This white lady, she is the villain in her story. And I don't know if she's the villain in fact, because I don't actually know what happened. But based on the information she provided us, she dead wrong. And we know she dead wrong because her friend comes out. Her friend, I'm gonna play her friend. Let's do that. Just Ashar has been a member for 19 months. Thank you so much. Her friend came out and her friend wanted to expose her. So before we even get to this lady talking about how she fell in love with her psychiatrist, I knew something was off for literally 5 minutes in the video. Before we get to her, this is her friend. I need y'all, for context, we need to look at her friend. This is what her friend had to say about her.
Okay, so yes, I did just pay $3,000 for her. So this is mid-March. And I will say, like, at the beginning, a lot of the techniques and stuff that we talked about for sobriety, like, was really useful. And I am glad that, like, at that really low point, I did have someone who, like, was, for all intents and purposes, like, on my team. Where it started getting weird is, like, when I did my intake form, she did mention something about, like, human design. And I'd never heard about human design. And I genuinely thought that it was going to be like some sort of like psychology thing, or just kind of talking about how like we're like naturally inclined to like drink and like have addictive personalities. And boy, was I wrong. Human design is like similar to astrology. It uses your birth chart and it tells you like what kind of type you are. And if I had to guess, I don't really buy into human design. If I'm going to be 100% after 3 months of learning about it, I'm not into it. And that is like mainly what drove our coaching was human design. And I do believe that's like what a lot of ADHD coaching is like talking about your human design. So she does my chart and it comes to find out that like I'm in like the 1% of people. I'm a reflector, which I guess is like,
I don't know who's speeding up this video, but it's really annoying me. So let me just summarize what the friend said. That just really annoyed. Whoever recorded this and reposted it just pissed me off. So the friend comes out and says, I was her friend, Kendra. I was Kendra's friend. Kendra is on here dragging a doctor. Meanwhile, Kendra scammed me. And this is how Kendra scammed me. This is from her friend. Kendra was sober and I wanted to be sober. So I was going through some stuff and I called my friend. That is important. I called my friend who I know is on her sobriety journey. And I wanted some tips from her. So when I messaged my friend, called my friend then told me to book a session. My friend told me to book a session. And during the session, my friend then told me that this could be a long term thing where I pay her $3,000, where she becomes my coach, my sobriety, my sober coach for a couple months. And I pay her $3,000 for her to help me on my sober journey or whatever. And this lady here, right here, and I'm not going to blame the victim, she paid $3,000. she paid, Jesus. Sorry, this is funny. She pays her friend $3,000 to be her sober coach. Now, it is important to note that Kendra, while they were on the Skype call together, was pressuring this one into paying the $3,000 then and there, but her bank wouldn't let her pay because it was too much money, blah, blah, blah. And then she ended up paying it anyway the next day. Here's the thing. If y'all have $3,000 to just be throwing away, like, like you can go to an AA meeting. Like, I don't understand. Like, obviously people get scammed, right? And so no one is above being scammed. But your friend who you've known since forever is requesting that you pay her $3,000 for her to be your sober coach. You do that, and then she doesn't teach you much. You said the first couple sessions were good. It was good to have someone there with you on your journey. But then she started trying to do past life regression therapy. Anywho, I just want to let you know that there are people coming out, at least one, who said they've worked with Kendra, and Kendra essentially scammed her and used her vulnerability at some point to get her to pay money, and then didn't provide any real substance generally. That's the summary from my understanding of what was said. Anywho, let's get into the Kendra story. Nasty, diabolical work. No, because as she is out here exposing people, I guess she didn't realize her clients were to expose her, and how she seemed to be creating a cult. This is purely from my perspective, talking about human design and about people being the hand of God and a bunch of foolishness. I care nothing about that side of what is going on. But let's hear from Kendra what was happening with her therapist and how her therapist made her in love.
I fell in love with my
well, not therapist, psychiatrist.
psychiatrist, and he knew that, and he kept me for years as a patient until I was brave enough to leave him. I want to talk about it. Usually when I go on this app and I have a question, I have a bunch of videos that pop up, and I searched in love with my psychiatrist and nothing happened. So I would really like to discuss what happens when we fall in love with our mental health professionals, and most importantly, the fact that there are so many people, especially men, that are emotionally dead inside, that feel called to going into psychiatry and therapy so they don't have to feel their feelings, but they can feed off of the vulnerability of their mostly female patients.
At this point, I knew this was some mess. By the way, I've watched all of this already. I knew this was some mess. And I think for me, I figured out why I knew this was some mess, like right before I came on. Because I kept watching this video and I was like, why is this annoying to me? It was the moment when she said, many men go into psychiatry because they're emotionally dead inside and they're trying to get supply from women. This generalized statement is made without absolutely anything at all to validate it. There's nothing at all to validate. She had, let's say, all her experiences were true, because even if we agree that what she said happened did in fact happen, nothing happened, right? But even if this were true, your experiences with one man And you decided that the entire field of psychiatry that involves men are is bad, and you don't provide any evidence of that, you don't do any investigation in that, you just say it. And I think that's why the generalized statement from an anecdotal experience was what triggered that thing in me where it's like, but it's also the idea of like getting women on board with her before providing evidence or explaining her story, right? This is an attempt at a hook to grab the listener, particularly women, to sympathize with her and be on her side. And I know that this worked because before she closed her comments, people have taken screenshots. And this video, before she started getting ratioed, a lot of people were actually invested in her story and saying sorry to her without knowing anything. Without knowing anything, without any information about what was happening, a lot of people already supported her because she first made a generalization and then hooked women in by saying, women, you've been through this. We all been through this. We all work hard and men take advantage of us. And this men take advantage of me. And actually men who go into psychiatry are just there to get their supply. Hooked, you're in without any question. That's what was happening in her comments before she started getting ratioed. All right, let's go.
Yes, I told him often that I had a crush on him, told him all the time that I thought he was attractive, and he just would smile and not say anything because he was the king of plausible deniability. He didn't ever like ask me if I had a crush on him, but he didn't do anything when I told him. Yes, I told him often that I had a crush on him.
Let's be very clear. When you say the man that you have a crush on has plausible deniability, i.e., he didn't ask you for anything, he didn't do anything overtly to get you to do what you wanted to do, you now need to take responsibility for your action. You have to take full. If this man did not give you hints, did not overtly express interest in you, and you start backflipping on the couch to get his attention, it is completely on you. It is 100% on you. What do you mean he has plausible deniability? He didn't do anything. Okay, so he was being professional with you. And you just what? Well, mind you, she does not give any specific information at all. Just full trash.
Oh, he wasn't just fine with me having a crush on him and being in love with him. He loved it. And he had every ethical duty to end the psychiatric relationship when he found out that I had a crush on him, but he kept me for years after.
I don't think this is true. I do not see a world in which, if you can provide adequate care for your patient, that you relieve them because you think they have a crush on you. I don't actually think that's true. I looked this up. It doesn't say it is true. And other people, let me call my mom. Should I bother my mom? What time is it? It's 8 o'clock. Should I call my mom and ask her? I'm gonna call my mom and ask her. Hopefully, probably shouldn't. Wait, now my mom not answering. Girl, I could have. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm on live. I'm live, by the way. Please don't say anything that you would not know. Just imagine you're in front of 300 people. I have a question. Can you hear me?
Mhm.
Are you aware? How do I explain this? Are you aware of this lady, Kendra, going viral on TikTok about her therapist or psychiatrist?
No.
Wait, oh. All right. If you find out, have any of your patients ever fallen in love with you? Well, sorry. Have you ever heard? Have any of your patients ever expressed a desire, like falling in love with you?
I cannot, I cannot
All right, fine.
share that information, but
Oh, cool. All right, I have a question. My general question then is: if a patient falls in love with a psychiatrist, what should the psychiatrist do?
explore the reasons for that thought, or if it's a behavior, for that behavior. Assess, make sure that the patient is not having a psychotic break or a manic episode. You want to make sure you know what it is that the patient is projecting. After you examine the patient, sometimes you might need to refer that patient out, but that should not be the initial uh, thought of any provider.
Oh,
You
wait,
have
wait.
to
So you don't have to refer. That's actually my next question. Do you have to refer the patient out?
No, you should try not to refer the patient out. You should try and figure out what the problem is. If it's a transference, and make sure
You said
that
if it's a what?
transference.
Oh, girl, that not oh, girl. The word transference comes up. Okay, what is a transference?
When a patient is reflecting a behavior or an attitude towards a person that could be could cause the provider to counter transfer, right? So if the patient comes in and the patient says, "I'm in love with you," and it might be a patient. Unfortunately, this has happened where the provider counter transfer. If you see that the relationship between you and that patient is not going to be therapeutic, that's when you refer the patient out. But if you're able to assess that patient and make sure that you divert that patient's attention to something else, you should acknowledge but not endorse the patient's feelings, and then you treat the patient accordingly.
So you don't have to transfer. Like, is the training that you have to transfer?
There's no training that you have to transfer. You're there to care for the patient. That should not be the first thing you think of. Again, there are times when you have to, but that should be the last resort, because you can transfer that patient and that patient becomes worse. And your goal is to always treat the patient for them to recover, not to make them worse.
All right. And sometimes transferring can make them worse. So if it's likely to make them worse, then transfer is less likely, but it is possible that transfer is the answer if you cannot provide adequate care.
Absolutely.
All right.
Absolutely. Yeah.
All right. The people said hello. Thank you so much.
Hello, the people.
Can I turn on the camera? No. No.
Yeah.
No.
Yes.
No. My mom said hello.
Hi, guys.
Oh, hi. Thank you. I appreciate you. I will explain what is happening like later. I love you.
Okay. All right. Take care. Love you. Bye.
Bye. All right. Well, it's set in stone. You don't got to transfer nothing. I don't know what this woman talking about. I'm a child. My mom said it, so. All right. So she dead wrong. That's all I'm gonna say. She dead wrong.
And this is what I mean. He was a 38-year-old, attractive, smart, extremely successful psychiatrist, but he did not date. Why didn't he date? Because he got his emotional needs met feeding off of his patients and getting fantasy supply from them and being seen by them. I'm really good at seeing people. He loved the way I saw him. It is a crazy story, and I can't wait to share it. Oh, he wasn't just fine with me. Sorry, but what did you want him to do? Get rid of you as a patient? Yes. Yes. That's what they're taught in psychiatric training, is that the
FYI, that is not what they're taught in psychiatric training. I don't know why this woman is talking like she knows anything. This is wild. This is absolutely. I should have actually asked my mom to do this with me, but she don't like being on here. So it would have been nice to have her perspective, but probably not beneficial to her. Actually, you stay out of this. Stay out of these online streets.
At the moment that there is romantic feelings, it is on them to transfer that patient out. Without a doubt, he was the one with the medical degree. He was the one that knew better, but he loved the attention that I gave him too much to do the right thing. So yes, that's what I wanted him to do. Was I going through something psychologically? Let me be perfectly clear here. Even if I was going through something psychologically, it was on my psychiatrist to do something about it because he was the one with the ethical training and the psychiatric knowledge. So to answer your question, no, I was not going through something. I was simply wanting to go back on ADHD meds. And I told him in my intake about some of the family stress that I had went through, relational stress. And he also diagnosed me with not only ADHD, but other trauma, stressor related disorders. He did not tell me about that diagnosis until I asked him a year and a half later. But what he did with that diagnosis was he used it to recreate attachment bonds and make me addicted to him.
All right, even that, like the whole make me addicted to him, feels like she does not take ownership at all of her own behavior and her feelings. And that to me is a very strange thing. And so people have been diagnosing her online. I don't have the degree. I can't diagnose her. I won't try to diagnose her. But it is weird to remove all ownership of your action, your feeling, your emotion, to remove all of that and make it someone else's problem. It is his fault that I fell in love with him. Now, girl, women, lady, in what world does this make sense to you? He was very professional. He did not cross professional boundaries. He has plausible deniability. But I'm still going to make a video saying he caused me to fall in love with him, but does not provide any evidence of the sort. You provide absolutely no evidence. My mom said to stop yelling. I'm not yelling. I just talk like this. Talk like this. Love it when I real. I don't know how to talk and not shut in the mind. I'm sorry.
Okay, I don't know who you are, but you absolutely get it. Because predatory psychiatrists who feed off of the emotions and vulnerabilities of their patients, like for a living, they absolutely do not ever intend to catch feelings. They do not intend to catch feelings. But my psychiatrist accidentally caught feelings for me.
This girl delusional. This girl delusional. It is what it is. I said what I said. She delusional. Ain't no way. Ain't no way. How you gonna sit up there and say affirmatively that he caught feelings for me? So predators. He already calling this man a predator, which is wild. Like what? Where is this defamation lawsuit though? First of all, that's the first thing. But predators don't generally catch feelings for their prey. But I was just so good. There was just something. It's just something about me. It's just something about me because he wasn't trying to. He was just trying to use me. But then he accidentally. Hang it up. Hang it up. Girl, hang it up. Hey, mind you, he caught feelings for her and he does not want to meet her in person, only want to talk over Zoom, literally forced her to say, no, we're not going to meet on a weekly basis because absolutely not. Why would I ever do that? Lied to her, literally lied to her about whether or not he has in-person meeting. This man wanted nothing to do with her. Absolutely nothing to do with her. I believe this is the case of a white woman who saw a man that was not white And obviously, in her mind, he had to love her. He had to want to be with her. He had to be the one actively engaged in the pursuit.
Because, and I know that he did because he started leaking at the end. He started leaking at the end he accidentally told me one time that he had countertransference. That was a big slip for him.
Okay, let me be very clear. We might not even get to this part. We might not even get to this point, but this man never told her he had countertransference. He never said that. When she was talking about transference from another person she was dating at the time, the guy in her story, from her perspective, in the light most favorable to her, as she saw the story, she said, the psychiatrist said, have you looked up countertransference? Have you looked it up? And also, please be aware that this can happen from the person in charge to the client, right? And don't you specifically, don't get involved with your clients. And she said, oh, that made sense because I've had feelings for my clients before. The fact that she reframed that conversation that she is going to tell. She could have told the story any way she wanted. She could have said, he said, I have feelings for you. That's not what she said, he said. So to then, in the beginning, pretend like he says, oh, I have countertransference, so I'm going through this countertransference, is wild. Because even in her own recollection, in her telling of the story in the light most favorable to her, she does not actually provide this evidence, and she does not tell the story that way.
And I was the one that still had to walk away. But yeah, it is absolutely a predator's worst nightmare to catch feelings for their supply. So I don't know who you are, but you get it. So thank you for seeing the truth in this situation too. Oh, I know it's common, but what's unethical about this?
This person says, it's actually very common to fall in love with your therapist, and it's okay that they stay your therapist as long as boundaries are set. Okay, it is not supposed to be common. It is not. How can you fall in love? Actually, let's do it. Because if you fall in love with your therapist or psychiatrist, someone listening to you, someone centering you, someone who is only focused on you, someone you don't know anything about, someone you don't get to talk to in a way that allows them to be centered. If you fall in love in that way, that means you're just looking for validation. That does not make sense. If you are out here saying, oh my God, I fell in love, you didn't fall in no love. You're a low self-esteem person who needed someone to put you on a pedestal because you've never been on one. Because it does not make sense to fall in love with someone who literally just sits there and pedestalize you and have you talk, and they take notes and give you information about your life. You know nothing about them. They give you nothing. They are never the center of your interaction, ever. Ever. That is insane. That is insane. That is pure insanity. How are you going to fall in love with someone that you know nothing about, that shares nothing with you, where you are never the one providing any emotional labor? Like you are never giving them anything outside of your money. No. It makes sense to me. I promise. It makes sense that you would do that. Know that it's not love. It is some kind of abandonment wound you're trying to fill. I ain't reading your thing, Kilo. I ain't reading your thing.
Situation is that my psychiatrist did not help me work through my feelings. What my psychiatrist did was stayed completely silent as I would pour out my love and devotion to him, and he just drank it in and did nothing to help me work through those feelings, nothing to help me work through past attachment issues, nothing to help.
That man was probably sitting there like, I'm just trying to figure out if you. Oh, I should have asked my mom about this. About meeting, um, about meeting patients so that you can stabilize the medication to see if they're stabilized on the medication. Because that man probably would just try to figure out, is this medication working for her? And can we stop? In and out. Yeah, I think she was experiencing a strong case of lemerence. Yeah, I do believe that. I do believe that.
Help me grow and realize that I was in love with someone who couldn't love me back. He just sucked it in. And
I thought you said he loved you back, though. I thought you said he loved you back.
that's what made it unethical. Oh, I know it's common. Yeah, I learned that through this experience, that many broken and wounded men are attracted to psychiatry when they're in med school because they learn that they have access to vulnerability, to extreme vulnerability, that they themselves don't allow themselves.
So broken men are attracted to this. Meanwhile, you're a coach. Meanwhile, you're a coach. What does it say about you? What does it say about you? Because you're a coach. Team Jacinto, this is what toxic femininity looks like. She weaponized her white fragility and her white social power above a person of color. You want to know something? You want to know something? This has united the left, the right, the men, the women, adults, children. Everyone is essentially united in their rebuking of her. Every single. We've not seen this kind of unity since Pokemon, the game, was released. We've not seen this kind of unity between left and right and everyone outside of Pokemon being released. It's the most united we've seen people.
Themselves to feel or access, but they can get it from their patients. So that's why they can do anything, but they go to psychiatry. So they can feed off of the vulnerability of their patients and be the wounded healer instead of having to just face their own demons. Yeah, I will not be seeing another male psychiatrist again. Yeah, I learned that. Yeah, he let me see him every month, even though I only had to see him every 3 months. This is what I mean. He loved attention from me. He didn't ever tell me, I only need to see you every 3 months.
Mind you, she was begging him to see him every week. Now, if he wanted to see her a lot, when she was begging to see him every week, why wouldn't he just allow her to see him every week?
This is the hard part about this story, is that he was so good.
Someone said, have you filed a complaint on this guy? Have you filed a complaint on this guy? I hope. All right. Now, instead of saying she's going to go to the police, here how she respond.
Part about this story is that he was so good at plausible deniability. He was really smart and good at being a predator. He had been a psychiatrist for 12 years. So he didn't ever ask me to give him sexual content. I did that on my own. And he...
Now, she said she gave him X content. If this is true, we do have a problem with him. The problem is the sex content she gave him or claimed to have given him is that her and her partner at the time weren't able to get it on or whatever. And she went to her therapist, and her therapist told her to go to her psychiatrist. Could it be that this information was useful insofar as figuring out if the medication you are taking is affecting you in that area? Could that be? We'll get there. We're not there yet. But this is so frustrating to watch because she's very annoying. Very annoying. She's hella basic. Girl, I can't wait for your review. I can't wait for.
He just let it happen and he let me keep talking. He did not stop and redirect the conversation as a normal psychiatrist would have, right? Or an ethical one at least. And he also didn't stop me when I told him that I had a crush on him many times. He didn't say, let's explore those feelings. He just sat there and let me tell him. And I won't ever forgive him, but I don't think he did anything that's reportable. And
I don't think he did anything that's reportable. I just don't like the fact that he allowed me to tell him how great he is. And I will never forgive him for letting me tell him how great he is. At this point, just hang it up, girl. Just go ahead and hang it up. Flat screen. Just go ahead and hang it up. Because ain't nobody got time. I have time. Because I'm bored. But ain't nobody got time.
I didn't mean to fall in love with my psychiatrist. He used things and trauma that I had went through in the past.
How? We're not letting up. We're not letting up. You're not about to sit up here and say, oh, he did some things, emotionally unwell, emotional labor. We don't care. What did he do exactly? Oh, just a minute ago, you said there is nothing you can point to that he did. He was professional. He had boundaries. All of that you just said. So sitting up here you can't tell us how. You can't tell us how. It's just a vibe. Yeah, you need to just sit there and learn to take rejection. I do feel like this was a Pakistani man who rejected her, and she can't fathom how that could have happened. And so in her brain, she has to figure out a way that she was right and she was used and she was a victim. Unfortunately, this man can't come out and defend himself. The fact that I'm up here, the thing is, let me be very clear. It's not that I'm defending this man. It's not. I promise it's not. I don't really care if people think I am, but I'm not. Based on her telling of the story, none of this makes sense. Based on her version of the story.
He did his best to use that against me and to groom me to fall in love with him so I could give him content for his fantasy. Don't worry, I'll tell the whole story either later today or tomorrow. I didn't mean to fall in. I try not to use this term of narcissist because I think it's overused in our society. However,
it's a grown woman, grown, up here talking about, oh my God, he grew. How did he groom you? How did he get you to do these things that you said he got you to do? How? You're not about to get away with saying he did this. You're going to have to answer how. You are going to have to answer how. And if you don't answer how, you're going to get dragged all across these internet street by everyone dragging you. I ain't dragging you. I'm just listening and eating my mango.
There were so many traits that my psychiatrist had, like God complex. He thought he was above the rules. Other psychiatrists had to refer out when they had countertransference for.
Girl, this man ain't never admitted that he had countertransference. Stop doing that. When you say he acted as if he was above the rule, did he break any of the rules? Did he ignore the rules? I thought you said he was professional and there's nothing you can point to that he did that was an offense reportable. Therefore, it don't sound like he was breaking rules now, does it? Even by your own admission. You're just talking to talk. Mind you, I went on one of her live. I did go on one of her lives and I was asking questions. Apparently, she was blocking people. I didn't get blocked. And I asked her, why didn't she leave earlier? And she said, to be fair, the way I phrased the question, because I didn't want to be blocked, I said, hey, if this is hard for you, I was on my burner account. If this is hard for you, I understand, but why didn't you leave earlier when you know what you were doing was inappropriate? She read it and she did not respond to it. She didn't. Because she kept saying, as a therapist, as a blah, 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 as a psychiatrist, he's trained for this, he's trained for that, he should have known, blah, 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 blah. You're a grown woman. You knew what you were doing is wrong. If a man was doing this to a woman, we would all see this as harassment. Everything she's talking about, all the dreams she's going to be having, we would all see it as harassment. We're not going to sugarcoat it. She's been harassing this man. Harassment. It is what it is. So I wanted to know and didn't want to get blocked because I was very much going back to these live streams. I wanted to know why she didn't leave. Like, I mean, look, I know it must be hard for you. Like, I know that, but like, you obviously knew this was wrong too, right? So when you started catching feelings, why didn't you do something about it? No. She read my question and ignored me. She probably thought, I know this must be hard for you. I think she read that and thought,
for their clients, for their patients, but he didn't think he had to. He thought he could be above it. He also would make me feel crazy when I would try to name the dynamic and the tension that was there between us that he himself manufactured and built. And then he would rage at me and tell me that I was wrong.
He manufactured. Girl, you're the only one who felt whatever tension you felt. And the fact that you can't own your foolishness is wild to me. The fact that she's so overtly pushing this off. Someone is like, she might be going through an episode. Again, can't diagnose, won't engage in that kind of foolishness. Because I've seen this kind of behavior from people, white women in particular, who crash out when they don't get what they want. Blame everyone, try to bring down things. When they don't get what they want, they just crash out. To be fair, I've been dragged by a Black woman online because she didn't get what she wanted when she wanted to tell me what to do with my channel, and I said no, and I got dragged. So apparently people just don't know how to take rejection. They're just crashing out online, crashing out here, crashing out there, crying here, crying there, talking about all kinds of foolishness. Ain't nobody got time.
It's crazy, and I definitely will be on the lookout when I'm interacting with these people, for those tendencies. I just got done with a run at the gym, and I just had to take a moment to say that this is what an ethical situation with transference looks like. A male provider, when their female patient has a crush on them, saying, let's explore that, let's unpack that. Let's learn the deeper trauma behind why you have an attachment to an authority figure. But what my psychiatrist gave me was silence, smirks, and exploitation. Zero.
How? I will never let her live this down. I will always ask the question of how. I will. She gonna always made up against a brick wall, and the brick wall is how. You're not about to just say, you're not about to make statements at Planet Fitness. The only reason I know this is Planet Fitness is because Megan Thee Stallion had a commercial with Planet Fitness, and this godforsaken purple background is one of the most disgusting, diabolical paint jobs that I've ever seen in a gym. Anywho, you can't be at Planet Fitness just lying. You can't just be up in Planet Fitness just lying on your headphones, messing with my copyright and all that. Do you think the psychiatrist should take her back? Look, you get one time to betray me. I don't know the ethical rules for. I should call my mom. I'm not gonna call my mom. My mom looked annoyed, but when I told her I was live, but I do, as a child, I would wait till my mom is in public before I make requests from her about things that I want, because she's less likely to shame me when I'm in public. I'm gonna leave her alone. She's probably like, girl, leave me alone. She was getting very professional too. I was like, oh, period. Let me conduct a full-on interview.
Zero help when I told him that I had a crush on him. Just a big smile and nothing else. I just got done with a run at the gym and I fell in love with my psychiatrist, and he knew, and he kept me until I had the strength to leave after 4 years. Here it is, part 1. So I decided to go back on ADHD meds after many years of being off of them. I was on them in my early 20s.
I don't believe it. I don't believe it. This can't just be ADHD. No. Anyway, I don't have the credentials to do this diagnosis, but I refuse to believe that you thought about what happened with your psychiatrist. You thought about it. You're going to do a 20-part, whatever part series about it. And you thought, oh, the internet going to eat this up. I'm going to give them my Risa Tisa. This is going to be my Risa Tisa moment. Everyone's going to love me. They're going to see me as a victim. After you replayed what you were about to say online, in your head, you thought, oh, they're just going to eat this up. Ain't no way. Ain't no way this is ADHD. Ain't no way. I don't know how to speed it up. How do I speed this up? I don't know how to speed it up. I'm so sorry.
To help me get through college, and then I went off of them because they just weren't, like, the side effects were too much over the benefits. But then in my late 20s, I read this book, Taking Charge of Adult ADHD, and it absolutely changed my life. For my fellow ADHDers, there's so many good things in here. And the biggest thing that I took away was that it's very important for ADHDers to be on meds. So I decided to make an appointment with a psychiatrist. I just Googled psychiatry in the city that I lived in, and I went with the first one that came up, and I got an appointment within a month. And then I booked a 90-minute intake, and I show up to the intake, and this man is my age, and I can't help but notice that he's pretty attractive, this psychiatrist. I fell in love with my psychiatrist, and he kept me anyway, part 2. So in this...
Nothing wrong yet. Try to get your ADHD medicine, showed up, guy's attractive, period. Nothing bad yet.
Intake, I kind of clocked that he was attractive in my age, but when I tell you that I've had a lot of couch time in my life, a lot of therapy, I just went right into it. I trusted him enough, of course, why wouldn't I, to tell him about my childhood trauma, my daddy issues, if you will, what I had went through, all of the relationship trauma that I had. I was 6 months sober at this time, but all of the drinking and substance use I used to do. And he just listened and nodded. And That's the thing about psychiatrists, is that they're good at pretending to listen. They can appear connected, but that doesn't mean that they're always connected.
That don't make no sense. let's be very blunt. That don't make no sense. Their whole job is to listen and then prescribe. What do you mean? Lost the war with her sanity and skincare routine. That's literally their job. Like, what do you mean? That's the.
So I just felt really seen. And I also told him, I was like, look, I don't want to be on stimulant meds. So he listened to me and he put me on the non-stimulant ADHD med at the lowest dose just to figure out if it was going to work for me. I fell in love with my psychiatrist. I was in love with my psychiatrist and he kept me anyway, part 3. So I hadn't ever seen a psychiatrist before. When I was on meds in my early 20s, I only got meds from my primary care physician. So I didn't understand how psychiatry works. So because he was figuring out my med dose, I saw him every month and he just made me feel like I was his friend. He was really, really funny and cracked jokes and told me he was impressed with my running that I would do. And yeah, so of course I loved the attention that I got from him. And it was in my third.
Of course you love the attention from the person you're paying to give you attention. Period. Period. She about to fall in love with ChatGPT in a minute. I'm waiting for that 10-part series where Henry, her ChatGPT, used her. I'm waiting for that and mistreated her. I'm waiting for when ChatGPT getting dragged.
Third session with him, because at this point we were all on Zoom, that I asked him, I said, hey, do you mind if I call you by your first name? And he's Pakistani, so I said his first name wrong. And he said, well, it's pronounced this, but yes, of course you can. And he seemed so smug and happy with himself. And I know that that is because that was his first sign that him.
How do you know? Again, I will pause you every single time you do some foolishness like that, and I know that is no. How you know that? How you know that? You psychic? Where's the psychic powers, girl? How you know that? That's why. How do you know that? How do you know that? And I know. No, you don't. No, you don't. You don't look like you know much or anything really. Talking about, and I know that's why. You, it is so. By the way, we're not gonna call me Themis. We're gonna call me struggle streamer, YouTubian Themis. That's how we're gonna call me from that because we can't get too familiar. Because this woman, like, you go to a professional's office or on Zoom, and you're like, "Hey, can I just call you by your first name?" What? Have you lost your mind? First, and two, I don't know the sort of client psychiatrist relationship that exists and what he was trying to do or why he, because we don't have his side of the story as to why he allowed her to call him by his first name. But you are the one who requested that. Let me guess. He manipulated you, because that's what you're still trying to do. He manipulated you into asking him if you could call him by his first name. That's where we're going. He was smug that you asked him if you could call him by his first name because he manipulated you and he thought he was winning because his manipulation worked. Because you then asked him if you could. Girl, get out of my face.
Pretending like we're friends was working. And to be fair to me, I had only ever been to therapy before. I didn't realize that, it's important to call your doctor last name. I mean, I did know that. I did it with all my other doctors, but it just showed that the boundaries were blurring, and he liked that. So from then on, from my third session on, I started calling him his first name. And then he just started turning up the volume on us being friendly.
How? How? You're not going to just say things like that. How? How did he turn up the volume on you guys just being friendly? By making sure that you stayed on Zoom and telling you that you cannot come visit him.
And he would ask me for the first 6 sessions, he asked me after the meds, he said, "How's your bowels, bladder, and appetite?" And
So he turned up the volume on y'all being friends by asking you about your bowel movements based on the medication you're taking that he wants to see. He wants to track stabilization. That's how he turned up the volume. How did he turn up the volume on y'all being friends? You're not just going to say that. You're not about to just sit there and say that. Like, you're messing with people's livelihood right now. You can't just get online and do this foolishness. Like, you can't do that. I feel sorry for the man. He was too good a psychiatrist. Imagine suffering from your own success. He has been a member for 19 months. Right, like this poor man. This poor man is just like, girl, I'm trying to help this woman and she crashing out online. This white woman has carried her way into internet infamy, all because a POC curved her. Yeah. That is fully what I believe is happening. I think she cannot psychologically deal with the fact that a Pakistani man just told her, absolutely not. No, ma'am, I do not eat green eggs and ham. Well, white bread and flan. But anyway.
I would say they're all normal. And then he would ask me any thoughts of harm. And apparently that's pretty common for psychiatry to ask those questions. And then on our 6th session, when things were really, the chemistry was starting to be there before, like, I didn't realize it. I was like, oh, this man is just friendly. And he said, I have to ask this because it's a special interest of mine. But is there any thoughts of harm? Like I was special to him. And
no. I don't know if I can say this online. Checking for suicidal ideation is very, very like routine. What do you mean? He said this is very special. So he thought you were special to him because he asked if you had self-harm thoughts? Yeah. Man, I thought I was special to him because he's trying to track the impact of a medication on me over time. And one of the questions he asked and saying it was special to him is that he asked if I had self-harm thoughts. I do know as a child, we used to, our favorite teacher, random people, we would have these thoughts in our head about like full-blown relationship. I know because I've talked to people about it, like them having these thoughts. But like you grow up, one, you're delusional, right? This is like a fantasy that is delusional, purely delusional, and you grow out of that. And if you don't grow out of it, you still know it's delusional, hopefully. You still know that the beautiful person you walk past in the street and made up a whole story about your love life and marriage with them is in your head, and you are delusional, and you laugh about it with your friends because it is delusional.
And I said, no thoughts of harm. And he didn't ever ask me a clinical question again. He stopped asking me about my bladder, bowels, and appetite, and he stopped asking me about thoughts of harm. So to me, I would just show up and he was like a therapy appointment every month. So I was seeing him every month and just gaining more and more respect for him because he would just tell me these little things about his successes and all of the cool things that he was doing in his life. And it made me fall for him, honestly.
Okay, so he was not trying to get with you. He's not indicated that he liked you, hadn't asked you out on a date, didn't care. He told you things about his life that made him successful. I am a professor. I do this. I write this book. Fine. And that made you love him. Amelia.
And he was really good at listening. And I mean, he's a Pisces, right? So of course he's going to be there.
He's really good at listening. Didn't 2 videos ago you said he wasn't listening? He just pretended to listen and you knew he wasn't listening. Didn't you just say that 2 videos ago? First thing. Second thing, is it that he's a Pisces or is it his job? Like, you try to sit up here like, oh, I can go to astrology to figure out why it is that this man is sitting on the couch listening to me talk about my life. Why is he listening? Why is he taking notes? Why is he giving me feedback? Like, why is he asking me follow-up questions? Because he's a Pisces, really? That's why. So I'm guessing all psychiatrists are like Pisces then, who listens. You're literally paying this man to listen to you.
And be able to go deep with.
How do I change my zodiac retroactively? Girl, at this point, I want to change being human retroactively. Like, what do you mean? Like, what is this?
My feelings, but that doesn't mean that he wasn't extracting from them. Anyway, so I would beg him to let me see him every week. Beg him, because my therapist at the time, he was fine. You know, he wasn't a predator, but he was fine. He just wasn't doing very much for me.
Let me guess, her therapist wasn't hot. He wasn't doing enough for me. He wasn't doing anything enough for me. It feels like she's saying my therapist wasn't hot, so I wasn't into it. You were begging this man. You said he made you show up once a month instead of once every 3 months because he just loved to be around you. He wanted to see you, and you had to beg him to let him see you weekly, and he said absolutely not. Not on my watch. Not on Jan Lavanzant.
And so that therapist retired, and I got a new therapist. And this new therapist, who is a 75-year-old woman with a PhD, she was pretty helpful. So I stopped asking my psychiatrist, begging, honestly, to be my therapist and let me see him more, right? Which also should have been a red flag. But then I started focusing on this therapist. However, I would tell the therapist how obsessed I was with my psychiatrist, and she didn't do anything about it. She just was interested. She also.
What should she have done about it? You tell a talk therapist about your obsession, really, fatal attraction, to your psychiatrist. What exactly was she supposed to do about it? Quickly. What should she have done about it? Tell me. Girl, you a whole red flag. Talking about that should have been a red flag. You are. That should have been a red flag. I wanted him to be my psychologist. No, you're the red flag, girl. See, this is what happens when you put raisins in chicken thigh. Thank you, Carter. I don't think she's paying him. I think the state assigned him to her to assess if she needs to be committed. This is just her fix. wait. Is she really sitting here saying the therapist should have tied her up and prevented her from going to the psychiatrist? Period.
Also loved stories about my dating life, and yeah,
I feel like the therapist saying, "Tell me more about that," is her interpreting that. Tell me more. Could you explain more? Could you go deeper? Could you whatever? Right? To be fair, that's very annoying to me. I probably shouldn't say this out loud now, but there's some kind of therapy that I find annoying. But that is what the therapist, like, they're not just going to tell you what to do, right? They're going to ask you to tell them more, and them asking this woman to tell her more is her believing she's just inquisitive and want to know her business. I don't know. This is what she said. It is what it is.
She also was getting supply from me in her own way, but that's for another part. So yeah.
So this woman just a grocery store, Walmart, if you will. She just provide. She just provides supply. She just, everyone is just taking from her because she's a supplier.
Yeah, so I got a new therapist who actually helped me. She taught me CBT, EFT, all of these different modalities. And so I went back to just being okay with seeing Irfan once a month while he was giving me these little breadcrumbs of making me feel special, telling me about his professional.
Oh, I caught that she said this man's name. I've been caught that. I've been caught that she that she said this man's name, and she gonna say, "Oh, I realized I said his name, but I was 2 videos ahead when I realized I said his name, so I'm not gonna edit it. I'm not gonna take it down. I'm not gonna do anything about it because this is my story to tell. But I did say his name, and what about it?" I would sue her. I don't care if it's an episode. We are in one of the most litigious countries in the world. I'ma sue you. It is what it is. You're getting sued. Harassment, defamation, doxing, all of it. Intentional infliction of emotional distress, like you getting sued. But she don't got any money. It's not about the money. I can get injunctive relief. You're getting sued. I don't know why people don't sue people more often, even though we like what do you mean?
Achievements, telling me about how he's getting international recognition, and it worked. I was really impressed. So I was seeing.
So she thought him telling her about his accomplishment was him trying to win her over. Even though this man is like, I am not going to meet up with you. Don't come into my office. Please stay away from me. We're only doing this over Zoom. I do not want to see you in person.
I got a new therapist. I stopped begging my psychiatrist to see me weekly. And that is when the intermittent reinforcement started. Some sessions he'd be warm and kind and wonderful and let me in on little parts of his life and like be vulnerable with me. Or
like what? How? Where? When? Don't just say these like really random. Oh my God, I do hate this speech. The pattern of speaking, the way people say a bunch of nothing and just string words together. Again, no substance at all. It is really dangerous. It's very annoying. And fortunately, in this case, everyone was like, "Oh, absolutely not. We don't hear nothing you say. We don't care about none of that. You're getting dragged," right? Fortunately, but I think a lot of the times people just like tap into like some dusty feeling and not really engage with what is actually being said, which is usually nothing. Oh, holding space. emotional labor, and I gave so much. Gave so much of what? What did you give? Nothing. Oh, it's annoying. Can't even quantify that which you did. Like, and or how someone hurt you, right? Like, just get it out.
Or pretend. Other sessions, he would be cold and clinical and detached. And you know what that did? It made me work harder in our next sessions. It did. And it started the addiction that I had to him. 100%. And he knew exactly what he was doing. This man gives lectures on trauma and attachment theory. He used his psychiatric training to manipulate me and
How how? You're not about to skimp on the details. How did he do this? How did you find out he did it? If you don't know how he did it, how do you know he did it? Sitting up here looking like Casper the Friendly Ghost. Like, ain't nobody got time for you.
get me hooked. And guess what? It worked. In January of 2024,
so a man being attractive and being accomplished and talking about his accomplishment is him trying to get you hooked. Do you understand how dusty and disgusting, how degenerate that is? This is like saying an attractive woman walking down the street is asking for it. No, you don't get to say that. You don't get to say that. You need to tell us how. What did that person do? Like, you can't just sit there and say, oh, imagine a man sitting up there saying, oh, she was attractive, my psychiatrist was attractive, and she was really smart. So, and she's talking about how smart she is and where she went to school, which was Harvard. And so obviously she wanted me. She was trying to impress me. And that's why I started harassing her. Like, we wouldn't fall. To be fair, I don't know who I'm talking to because ain't nobody falling for this. She getting dragged. She getting dragged. That's how real attraction. I think it's men attractive, successful men are famous. The girl is all starved. The girl is all starved.
I was hit by
Girl, she thought she met her. She thought she met her king. She thought she met her king. She was like, "Oh my God, a successful man. I am a white woman. Let me see what I can do."
by a car turning left as I was going through a green light. And it was the night before my appointment, my next appointment with my psychiatrist. So I was like, okay, you know, I'll still be able to go to my appointment on Zoom. I'm okay. But I did make an appointment with an urgent care the next day just to get checked out. I had bruising on my abdomen and a perforated eardrum. And the provider at the urgent care
See, I don't even believe she got hit by a car. It's more likely that she hit the car. It is more. It is more likely the case that she hit the car. The way she's been telling these stories, it's more likely she's been hit the car. I feel bad for that. The car manipulated.
said, I do not feel comfortable treating you. You need to seek emergency care now. You may be internally bleeding. But it was 11 o'clock in the morning, and my appointment with my psychiatrist was at 2. So I decided that I was going to wait so I could see my psychiatrist and not have to reschedule because I was looking forward to my appointment with
Wait, 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 why did I imagine her really jumping in front of a car to get sympathy from her psychiatrist? Yeah, I just had the most vivid imagination of her jumping in front of a car so that she can go to her psychiatrist to tell him that she got hit by a car the day before. And so she didn't go to the hospital because she regardless of what happened to her, she was gonna limp herself into the Zoom meeting. I wouldn't be surprised if she hit reverse in the car, put something on the gas, and then jump outside and jump behind that car.
With him so much. I look back at that time and I'm just like, oh my God, I put my own life now. You may be internally bleeding. But it was 11 o'clock in the morning and my appointment with my psychiatrist was at 2. So I decided that I was going to wait so I could see my psychiatrist and not have to reschedule because I was looking forward to my appointment with him so much.
It is at this point that you stop the story and you realize I'm the problem, it's me. At this point, you stop the story. At this point, you stop the story and you say, maybe I don't say this publicly. maybe I've taken this too far. Let's say she did get in fact hit by the car. And instead of going to the emergency room, in terms of taking her primary care physician advice that she might be internally bleeding, instead of taking care of herself, she said, you know what, I'm going to prioritize meeting this man who has not shown me any reasonable affection to suggest that he's into me at all. That and you said that as a way to show how hooked you were to him and that he caused you to be hooked to him, but you did not, when you said this out loud, realize that this is a problem, that there's some psychosis, there's something happening with you that might not be, I don't want to use the word normal, but I have no other words to use. So I'm going to go ahead and say, this is not normal. This is not normal. And even if you did it, look, people do a bunch of foolishness in love, in limerence. Let's use limerence. Knowing you did something and then repeating it out loud, editing it, and then putting it out for consumption is nasty work. It's nasty work. Knowing you did something is one thing. Repeating the thing you did, rewatching it, editing it, and then putting it out for public consumption as if this seems normal to me. That feels fine. You got hit by a car. Your doctor told you to go to the emergency room because you might be bleeding internally, and you said absolutely not. I'm gonna go to my obsession. I mean, to my psychiatrist. More stories than Tom Sunscreen 22. No, that's me.
I look back at that time and I'm just like, oh my God, I put my own life under seeing him. I was fully addicted to him at this point. And you know what happened is that I showed up and I told him that I may be internally bleeding, and he didn't stop the appointment. He didn't say, you need to take care of yourself. Go get emergency care now.
Is that what you wanted? Is that what you want? That poor man didn't even know, probably didn't know if you were lying. That you were, but you. She probably actually said, "You know what? I'm internally bleeding," and she probably thought, he probably thought, "Why are you telling me that?" I feel like that's like a private thing for you, unless you think the medicine affected your cycle or something. Like, why are you telling me? Like, I don't. Like this could have been said so many ways that you just saying you're internally bleeding is wild. Like imagine someone someone coming to you as a psychiatrist telling you they're internally bleeding and you're like, I mean, do I have follow-up questions? Like what do you mean? Like what do you mean?
He let me continue and just tell him about how much I loved him and how grateful I was for him, because that was really what most of our appointments were, is me just like pouring myself out, because he was so good at the intermittent reinforcement. Yeah, I got some warmth from him that appointment. So that was
So I don't know what this called. Is it called cotton mouth when someone is talking and there's like a white spit, like white speckles on their lips, and it's just like moving? I don't know if you can see it, but it's really grossing me out. It's like right here. It's just like moving. I don't know. I don't like that. I don't know why people. I mean, it could just be a regular thing. But I just don't. I don't know like why people are like foaming at the mouth, kind of thing. You don't understand, Themis. He was supposed to stop. Someone said she's thirsty. Yeah, Ryan.
was January 20th.
She said she got some warmth at that time, so she was trying to get some warmth from him.
2023. And I also told my therapist about this. She said nothing. After I risked my life to see him.
You can't say she didn't upgrade for y'all. Yes, that's what she said. She said she might be bleeding. That pimple patch is like lifting. Probably because I have so much elixir on my face. Why would he stop the appointment when you almost died to be there? You were committed. He just trying to be as committed as you. Mind you, this is through Zoom, so she could have been in the hospital. I don't know. I don't know. I just know whatever point she's making, I'm making the opposite of it. let's just be very clear. Whatever point she's making, I'm on the opposite end of whatever she's saying. I'm saying the opposite. Let's be very clear. Mind you, he's a psychiatrist. They are med management to see if it's working. Yes. Not checking on your psyche. It's standard to see them for 30 minutes. Yeah. Oh, yeah. I know this. I am fully aware that this is some BS. I am fully aware. I have watched. Well, let me leave that alone. But no.
That's when he really started turning up the intimacy in our appointments. However, he was really smart and knew the professional lines like the back of his hand. So he would comment on my appearance, but not compliment my appearance. So,
girl, you're delusional. Straight up delusional. Straight up delusional. He will comment on my appearance over Zoom. He was professional. He would not.
So I would come on screen and he would say, "Oh, you curled your hair."
Like, did you show up with these on your face? And he goes, "Oh, those things on your, there's things on your face, and you're like, oh, you see these things on my face. You're in love. Oh my God.
hair. Or I would come on screen and he would say, oh, you're wearing glasses. And of course I felt seen and excited that he was.
Imagine someone who don't wear glasses showing up to a Zoom meeting and wearing glasses, and you're like, oh, you're wearing glasses. And this person is like, oh, I feel seen. See, this is why you can't be friendly. I ain't friendly. Like, imagine just being like, oh, you're wearing glasses today. I didn't know you wore glasses. Oh my God, he's in love. I'm in love. We're in love. Marriage. This is so wild. This is so.
So I would come on screen and he would say, oh, you curled your hair. Or I would come on screen and he would say, oh, you're wearing glasses. And of course I felt seen and excited that he was noticing these things about me. I didn't realize at this time.
You are on camera, on Zoom. He can only see your head. Wait, are y'all flirting with me when you say my skin look good? Are y'all say, are y'all flirting with me when you say my skin? Oh, because that's a compliment too. That's even further. Yeah, y'all didn't even say, oh, you have skin. You said, oh, your skin looks good. It's a flirt. Y'all flirting with me. It is what it is. I'm gonna make my 3-part series.
Excited that he was noticing these things about me. I didn't realize at this time that he had feelings for me too. I thought I was holding them all by myself. So I was so excited when he noticed my glasses that I ran and showed him my other pair. And he said, I prefer turtle shell glasses. So even though I usually wear contacts, I'm wearing these turtle shell glasses in these videos because just in case he sees them ever, he'll see me in his favorite glasses. He did tell me he likes the turtle shell.
Wait, so she's still performing for this man. I will not show his picture, but I did find his picture. People were posting it or whatever. This man is wearing a turtle shell glass. He didn't say, I like it on you. He said, he's literally wearing one in his picture. So he might actually like these kind of glasses. I can't show it. I can't show it, but. And it's not turtle, but I'm just going to go ahead with turtle shell glasses. Anywho, no. I will not post his picture. I don't see it. Yes, I don't see it. I don't see it, but like, to each their own. Beauty is in the eye of the beholder and such.
Realize at this time that he had feelings for me too. I thought I was holding them all by myself. So I was so excited when he noticed my glasses that I ran and showed.
I don't know why y'all correcting this woman. It is turtle.
Him my other pair, and he said, I have glasses. So even though I usually wear contacts, I'm wearing these turtle shell glasses in the.
That's what I pleaded for. Even though I usually wear contacts. That is important because previously he said she felt seen. She said she felt seen because the doctor said to her, oh, you're wearing glasses. That now makes sense if you usually wear contacts. If you usually wear contacts and you show up and someone is like, oh, I usually see you in contacts, you're wearing glasses now. That makes sense. You're talking about, oh, I feel seen, and then I ran to go show him my other pair of glasses, like kind of wild, when now you're saying, oh, I usually wear contacts. Got it. So you usually wear contacts. You showed up to y'all's meeting with glasses, and he was like, oh, you're wearing glasses. Yeah, we-
my other pair. And he said, I prefer turtle.
Question. I don't know this. This is not a judgment. I'm not judging anyone, but as someone, because as soon as I hit like 35, maybe 40,
So even though I usually wear contacts,
I'm gonna start wearing makeup. But if I feel like if I'm wearing makeup and I open my chest area, do you blend it all the way down or no? I'm seeing that there's a difference in the color gradients right there, but is that a thing? Is this like, do you color it all the way down or do you not? I'm asking for me because I wouldn't want to do this. No. It is, no. I'm asking for. I'm personally asking for my. I'm personally asking for my. For you can, but you don't have to. All right. If your chest and if your chest and face match, don't. All right.
I'm wearing these turtle shell glasses in these videos because just in case he sees them ever, he'll see me in his favorite glasses. He did tell me he likes the turtle shell. Anyway, it was just inappropriate things like that, little teeny things that he let me in. And all this time, my best friend is an emergency medicine physician. And she told me, she said, Kendra, one of these days, your psychiatrist, she would use his name, is going to say, I can't be your doctor anymore. I want to be with you. I want to be with you so bad. I can't be your doctor. I'll see you in 2 years. So my best friend, who's a doctor, she picks up on stuff like that.
What kind of doctor is your friend? You are not going to use the appeal to authority by saying your friend is a doctor as if that gives her any kind of legitimacy in figuring out whether or not your psychiatrist is in love with you. Mind you, your friend, no point in the story, met this man to know anything about this man. So only thing your friend has to go off of is what you are telling her, and you're delusional. So I'm going to go ahead and say your doctor friend is probably misinformed or don't exist. That's what I'm going to go with. I will go for delusional friend and ignorant bestie. Someone said Dr. Pepper. Dr. Umar. Someone said Dr. Umar is the friend. Yeah, I put Dr. Umar on the front because, yeah.
So even she knew that our relationship was crossing boundaries and getting weird, but that became my dream, was for my psychiatrist, I almost use his name, to do that. And
my psychiatrist, I almost used his name. You already used his name.
I told him about Brianna saying that, my best friend, who's the emergency medical doc. I told him that she would tell me that, and he just would be silent. He didn't disagree, but he didn't agree, and that was weaponized
Y'all just really be out here making things up. Just be making weaponized neutrality. Get out of my face. I'm not going to validate your foolishness. So next question, how's them pills? How are you? Are those pills working for you? You've been taking those pills for 3 months. Do you feel any different? Any self-harm? How about ain't nobody got time. This girl thought she got consent to move forward. Imagine if a man said some foolishness like this. Like, you know what? She didn't say yes, she didn't say no. So that's weaponized neutrality. And that for me is permission to move forward. What? Let her best friend know she has a friend. It's probably a doctor she met in the ER was treating. Girl, it's probably the doctor treating her for getting hit by the car. It's probably the ER doctor. Yeah. Yeah. Yo, yo, she went to the ER and she was like, I skipped the ER and I went to see my psychiatrist who I'm in love with because I needed to see him. Because I didn't know if I was bleeding inside or I could die. I just know that I needed to see my psychiatrist because we're in love. And now I'm at the ER. And the doctor is like, girl, y'all must be getting married. Y'all probably gonna get married. If you skip your own health, if you cared for him that much, that you did not show up and you could be bleeding internally. Y'all probably gonna get married then. That's probably real. You know, anyway, with her and her imaginary friend. You know. The same right. It gotta be real love. If you prioritize going to, she probably didn't even say it was her psychiatrist. She was like, I love this man. And we had a meeting today. We had a date. And because I needed to go to the date and I wanted to show my dedication, I pushed back coming to the ER to go on a date with this man. And the doctor was like, then y'all probably gonna get married. If you love him that much and he loved you that much, as you just proclaimed, they're probably gonna get married. That's probably what was happening.
Was his favorite game to play, right? He didn't disagree with Brianna telling me that my psychiatrist had feelings for me, but he also didn't say that's inappropriate. Let's change the subject. It was also
Oh, so he's a real person.
around this time that I asked my psychiatrist if he had diagnosed me with anything other than ADHD when I had my initial diagnosis. And
he probably, when you ask him that, he probably like, girl, the DSM-5 is just at this point, the DSM-5 is just my notebook for you. At this point, girl, I mean, just flip it open. I have a printout copy. Just go ahead and flip it open. Whichever one you want to talk about first. Just...
he said, yeah, I did. I said, oh, what did you diagnose me with? And he said, well, you had a lot of traumatic things happen to you in childhood because of your dad. And so I diagnosed you with other trauma and stressor related disorder. And that was the first little ping that I got of like, that was weird. Why would he keep that from me? I asked my, like, why wouldn't he tell me that? That seems important. He didn't tell me because he was using that information to manipulate me. He knew.
How do you know that? Did you ask him why he did not tell you? Did you ask him that? No. All right, got it. Cool. We don't care.
I had trauma and stressor disorder, and instead of helping me heal from it and telling me about it, he used it against me. After I risked my life to see him, that January.
After I risked my life to see him is a wild way to open a video.
2023, at this point, I was full-blown obsessed with my psychiatrist, and my therapist wasn't helping me. My psychiatrist wasn't helping me. He was feeding it. And then I got a boyfriend. And at first, my psychiatrist wasn't really that keen. But then my psychiatrist realized that my boyfriend was a lot like my psychiatrist. And then I started talking to my psychiatrist about my sex life, about tracking my cycle, using the fertility awareness method. And my psychiatrist loved it. He didn't never say, "This isn't inappropriate to your care. Let's pivot."
If you're on a drug that could affect that, I do think it's appropriate for your cure. You now have the burden of proving that it's not associated with your cure. What you were allowed to talk to him about, you can't just say it was not appropriate for your cure. You actually have to prove that. So again, how? How was it? How? Also, how do you know he loved it? How do you know he loved it? Can you imagine talking to this person and like them sitting in front of you trying to no.
Oh, he just let me talk and talk and talk about my sex life. And I didn't get too deep, but about a year and a half in, and I would send my psychiatrist these emails just about how much I liked him.
All right, so this is harassment. Should have probably sent over the police. A lot of times, psychiatrists won't tell you new diagnosis right away as to not stress the patient out even more and give them time to process the sessions before telling them. Thank you. Did not know this, but that makes sense to me.
And how I was so grateful for him and put in a bunch of heart emojis.
Plot twist, the Pakistani psychiatrist, therapist, and boyfriend are actually her own. Sorry, I had to go do something. I had to I had to do something off camera. Important. Have nothing to do with anything that was happening on camera.
And this is really when he should have transferred my care, but he waited. He liked what I gave him too much. And so even though my boyfriend did not meet my needs, my psychiatrist and my therapist both were like, "You have to stay with him. There's nothing wrong with him not meeting your needs." I'm like,
she does not tell us how this boyfriend didn't meet her needs. And also, she did not tell us what she said to them and what they exactly said to her. So I'm just going to go ahead and say I don't believe none of this parts. Not a believable story. She's not a reliable source. Or whatever Cardi B said.
Okay. And my psychiatrist was like, "He's perfect. Don't get wrong with him." And what was perfect about him was he wasn't meeting my needs. So I was still coming to my psychiatrist.
If your needs were being met, would you stop going to your psychiatrist? Probably not. Okay, girl, it was not because he wasn't meeting your needs. Next.
Looking for emotional validation, which he would drip to me slowly. So my therapist, who I didn't know at this time had bad boundaries, but she did. I went to her because my boyfriend and I, after like more than a year together, we started having issues in the bedroom. And so I went to my therapist and she asked me, "What does your psychiatrist think about this?" And I said, "I don't know. I haven't talked to my psychiatrist about this stuff because I have a crush on my psychiatrist."
Yeah, they were like paused as if she had said something profound or something that we would agree with, and we're like, "Oh my God, I can't believe that happened to you." Get out of my face. Get out of my face. Stop all that pausing. Tell us the whole story so you can get dragged. Ain't nobody got time.
Psychiatrist, and I don't want to tell him this intimate of stuff. And she said, well, you should tell him because I want a male's perspective. So at my next appointment with my psychiatrist, I told him, I said, today we're going to talk about my intimate life. And he said, oh. I said, yes. My psychologist, my therapist, asked what your opinion on it was. And I told her that I don't talk to you about this intimate stuff because I have a crush on you. And he looked down and smiled so big in that moment. He smiled so big. And I loved it. It's so gross thinking about it. And then I proceeded to.
It's so gross thinking about it, yet you're wearing the glasses he seemed to have liked because you want him to see you in the glasses. But it was so gross that he was smiling. Anybody believe it? Get on with the story. Get on with the story, because there is a reason why you would talk about your libido if you're on new meds. There is a reason you would. And he would allow you to talk about it if you're on new meds. So I don't know why you're pretending like, oh my God, I'm going to do something. We don't care. Next. Thank you, next.
To give him 30 minutes of non-stop content about my intimate life with
content. That phrase is so weird. If you're like a YouTubian, a struggle streamer or YouTubian, then you understand content like that and you use content like that. But to talk about your life as content in that way in reference to your psychiatrist is a very weird phrase.
my boyfriend. And I actually recorded the whole thing because I was so excited.
I think this whole story is fake. I'm just here because I support Themis. Oh, thank you. I don't actually think it's fake. I don't. Here's why. She has a coaching business. She has clients who have come forward, and she started blocking people or whatever because they found the man, and she confirmed, right? She confirmed that the man they posted in her comments, instead of just deleting it, she confirmed this was the actual doctor. Therefore, she just doxed this man. There is a doctor tied up in this foolishness that I won't put his face on here. So if she's lying, that man specifically should sue her. And even if she's not lying, she's just out here talking like this because he hasn't done anything, and she admits that he has not done anything illegal or unprofessional. She already admits this. I'm a sewer. Like, but it's your client and she's getting a break. I am not a psychiatrist, so I don't know. In my mind, I would not care. I would not care. You're getting sued. You will learn to never do it again. Kilo understands the audience and is using agreement neutrality against us in the chat.
About it, but now it makes me sick. I can't even listen to the recording. I've tried to start, but
also, recording the part of your story where you're talking about your SEX life with your psychiatrist. One, I do hope he consented to you recording him. That's the first thing. The second thing is, I need to know what state you are in. I think I know based on where the doctor's office is, and whether it's a two-party consent state required. And if you disseminate it again, we gonna have another set of problems. Because what do you mean? You recorded a conversation with your psychiatrist. I do hope that there was consent there. Oh, yeah. And y'all, if you go to her live stream, you will. I believe some version of this happened. I think she's just lying about most of it.
it's gross. Any ethical psychiatrist would have stopped me and said, Kendra, let's talk about your meds. Let's talk about your care. At this point, my meds were stable.
I don't believe you. That man did not believe the meds were stable. I promise you, he probably sitting there like, ooh, I probably do need to see her more often. Ain't no way. I'm not even a psychologist, a psychiatrist, a therapist, a coach. By the way, I think most coaches are sort of scammers, but that's neither here nor there. Um, and I would be very afraid of letting you out in the world. Because then they let you out in the world, and this is what you do. This is what you do. This is what you do out in the world. A stable genius.
And I was still seeing him every month. Yeah, that was a rough time. And it was pretty much his Christmas morning, the almost 2.5 years of grooming me to get me to talk about sexual things with him.
How did he groom you to talk about sexual things with him? You can't just make these allegations like that. You cannot. This is so wrong. This is so wrong and disgusting. You need to explain how he groomed you to talk about sexual things. How he do that? Mind you, she said her therapist told her to talk about it with him. She was not going to, on her own, sua sponte, bring it up with him. So how did he groom you to talk about it with him when it was your therapist who told you to go talk about it with him? Mind you, the therapist probably thinking maybe the pills that she's taking have something to do with her sex life. So go talk to your psychiatrist who prescribed you the pill to go figure out if the pill had any effect on your sex life. That could actually be what is happening. Don't know, right? But the fact that your therapist is the one who told you to go talk to him about that, to sit there and said he groomed you to talk to him about sex when you weren't even going to do it yourself is absolutely wild and diabolical based on your recollection of the story. Again, based on your recollection of the story, you're the one telling it in the light most favorable to you. Like, this is the best version of the story we can ever get that is in your favor. And even in that case, you're not giving us solid proof of anything. You are not giving us evidence of anything. You're just talking to talk at this point. I'm teasing Keela. We know your voice of reason, witty and unapologetically honest. Oh, girl, Keela be dragging me. Keela be dragging me. To be fair, we're very similar, I think. Kilo, not her and I, Kilo.
I need to address 3 things. 1, people are asking me what my mental health diagnosis is. I do not have BPD. I do not have psychosis. I have ADHD, and I was experiencing extreme limerence with my psychiatrist. Limerence is a normal thing to happen to anyone who is experiencing hot and cold behavior from someone.
Nah. Limerence is delusion. You're delusional. You don't have to have hot or cold for anything. You actually can have limerence. The limerent object might not have ever engaged with you. Let's be very clear. So you're sitting up here like, oh my God, it could be limerence. It could, maybe she's born with it. Maybe it's limerence. No. Even if it's limerence, it does not mean the limerent object did anything to invoke whatever feeling you have for that person. What do you mean? It's a very normal thing for people who are being hot and cold. No, the normal thing for people getting hot and cold treatment is to leave because they have self-esteem. What do you mean?
Someone. And it happens more often in people with ADHD because we have dopamine dysregulation and rejection sensitive dysphoria. And guess what? My psychiatrist knew that and used it to his advantage. 2, I accidentally said my psychiatrist's first name in one of my videos. If you clocked it, good for you. I do not owe him anonymity. However,
yeah, go ahead and sue her. I did not owe him anonymity. Okay, girl. Okay, so I'm gonna sue you.
is not.
I accidentally said his name, but I'm not going to take it out. So you made a mistake that you can in fact correct. You acknowledge it's a mistake, but you're not going to correct it. That tells us absolutely everything we need to know about you. If you claim this is a mistake, you go back and you fix the mistake, particularly if it is fixable. The fact that you're up here either means it is not a mistake, you don't care about it, and this is what you want to do, or you in fact made the mistake, but you are so disgusting and degenerate that you're not about to correct the mistake you made because, oh, you don't owe him anonymity. But you were pretending like you wanted to give that to him when you pretended you weren't going to say his name. You pretended that you weren't going to tell us who he is. You pretended that multiple times. So if that's something that you actually care about and you made a mistake by saying his name, you don't then say, oh, I don't owe him anonymity, I'm not going to change anything. No, you go back and you fix it. It was intentional. This is degenerate. This is degenerate. I am particularly perturbed by the public shaming of someone without evidence of harm that they've done to you. There's like broad conversation about, oh, they were mean or they weren't nice or, oh my God, they were professional, but you can tell it's the vibe. It's just, I felt uncomfortable. Get out of my face. Get all the way out of my face. It is trash. You know it's trash. This is trash. Don't do this. Don't be her. She will be interested in making sure she doesn't miss an appointment with a psychiatrist, but not tell him about her intimate life. Right.
Not about doxing my psychiatrist. This is about me sharing my story so other people can view predatory behavior in people in power. Okay?
I think she thinks HIPAA can protect her. And I'm pretty sure if I were him, because I've not worked with HIPAA rules and confidentiality, right? That's not what like prevents me from talking. But when it comes to doctors, there are ways for you to defend yourself when you are in fact getting dragged, right? Obviously, you cannot put people's diagnosis out there like that. I'ma sue you. That's what we're gonna do. This is a gag order immediately. Like, what do you mean? This is a gag order. Like, we're not playing. I'm not playing this game. Oh yeah, someone said good luck getting another psychiatrist after this. Yo, she gonna be running amok online because ain't nobody trying. Ain't nobody gonna try to get them. And nobody. And I can't imagine a psychiatrist who is gonna be like, you know what? I'll do it.
Anyone doxes my psychiatrist with his last name or city that he works in or clinic that.
You already did it. We know your city. You've tagged your Facebook. We know where you live. We know, like, it's not very many people with his name that you just put up in your area. And we know he's in your area because not only do you tell us, oh, we did it on Skype, you said, oh, he has a physical location that I showed up to the next time we had a meeting. So close enough for you to show up there. Not hard to put two and two together. It took me probably 30 minutes to figure out who you were talking about.
That he works in, your comment will be immediately deleted and you will be blocked. This is about protecting other victims, not
the word, you need to take the word other out of your vocabulary. I mean, the word other is a conflict of my interest. The word other, the way the word other was used there right now is a conflict of my interest.
not doxing my psychiatrist. If you do some investigative work and you want to DM me about it, I'm open to that. Okay? 3. I need to take a moment. Moment taken. It is so incredibly disturbing to me. The amount of people that are predator protectors in my comments, that are victim blaming me, especially the mental health practitioners in my comments using therapy speak to say that this situation that I was in was my fault or that I was delusional. Check yourself.
She wanted to say, she wanted to really go in, and then she remembered she needed to be monetized. she wa- she wanted to say, and then she remembered she had to be monetized.
You're giving me more ammunition to share my story.
She don't need any more ammunition to share that's the story. She, regardless of what y'all were doing, she was about to share the rest of that story. I promise you, she did not need a reason. She did not really look at it. Look at her eyes. Look at her eyes as she spoke. She did not need a reason. Let me go back. Let's do it. Let's go back.
I need to take a moment. Moment taken. It is so incredibly disturbing to me. The amount of people that are predator protectors in my comments, that are victim blaming me, especially the mental health practitioners in my comments using therapy speak to say that this situation that I was in was my fault or that I was delusional. Check yourself. You're giving me more ammunition to share my story because it just goes to show how absolutely messed up the mental health industry is and how protected people who do this kind of sick psychological manipulation are. So I will continue with my story tomorrow. I will.
You can tell he wasn't actually a predator because how easy was she? She was easy pickings if she wanted to. He had all access and still rejected her. Right. Right. So she's like, he's a predator. He wanted me. He was in love with me. I was his supply. But I made myself available. I tried really hard and he was rejecting me at every single turn. We, so what he was a predator for what now? For your emotions, like for you loving him, right, Kilo, right.
Welcome back to another installment of I Was in Love with My Psychiatrist and He Kept Me Anyway, Part 8. You all did some nasty work last night, and I had to turn off comments.
When I said I did see one person, a manosphere person, talking about this is what women do and blah blah blah, and I'm very annoyed when people do that because it is at this point where we see collectively everyone dragging this woman and saying reject, 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 this is not it, we are not on board. So to say the sisterhood is like whatever, like no, we're not doing that. Ain't no legitimate content creator has come out and said, you know what? She right. No one has done that. No one has zero people that are legitimate has come out and said, yeah, I'm feeling her. Thought I was feeling you.
People started posting my psychiatrist's first and last name, his picture in the comments.
Why did you say this? Instead of just removing it, blocking people, turning off the comments, you did not have to confirm that they were right in the person that they were putting forward. Now you have doxed them. You have confirmed the doxing. And by the way, she only turned off comments because she was getting dragged. It was at this point, right before this point, people were just dragging her. At this point, people were just no one was having it. I mean, everyone is tuned in. Let's be very clear. Everyone is tuned in, but ain't nobody trying to hear none of this.
That was a jump scare. So, yeah, a few bad actors who wanted to be super sleuths got the privilege of commenting, mostly hate, let's be real, taken away for everyone. So at this point in the story, there are two main players. My psychiatrist, who's my age, who crossed major ethical boundaries, and my therapist.
How did he cross major ethical boundaries? How did he do that? How?
Therapist, who is a 75-year-old woman with a PhD. Neither of these people at this point in the story I knew were crossing boundaries. I thought that everything was hunky-dory and that I was just in love with my psychiatrist and it was totally normal. Little did I know he was manufacturing everything so I could fall in love with him, because it was...
How did he manufacture everything for you to fall in love with him?
On him to set the professional boundary and not let attention build.
You said he never crossed any professional boundaries, so he did what you just said he should do. All right, end the story.
So, days after my psychiatrist's Christmas morning appointment from a few videos back, where he got a crush confession from me, and then 30 minutes of non-stop intimate content that he did not stop me.
Girl, you should have stopped yourself. Next question.
My boyfriend and I broke up days later. So then I started dating this other guy. And this other guy, this new guy, was a therapist. And I was like, oh, great. Someone who will be able to emotionally meet my needs. Yeah, and I'm going to date another therapist again. So this therapist and I...
This is my thought. Someone said this and I have to reread it. Her words and actions are out of entitlement, grandiosity, and racism. That is fully my summary of all of this. That is my full summary of all of this. And I think the only reason she thinks so highly of herself is in connection, in relation to the Pakistani man. I think that's what's happening. Talking about he wanted his supply, but he broke ethical boundary. He didn't want to fall in love with me, but he fell in love. That man told you, don't come into my office. Leave me alone.
That he did not stop me. My boyfriend and I broke up days later. So then I started dating this other guy. And this other guy, this new guy, was a therapist. And I was like, oh, great. Someone who will be able to emotionally meet my needs. Yeah, and I'm going to date another therapist again. So this therapist and I, we went for coffee. It was nice. Our second date was a hike. And on this hike, this therapist starts telling me about how he has a crush on one of his clients. And I thought to myself, okay, this is strange, but go ahead. Like, we're on a date, dude. Why are you telling me about a crush on?
All right. So you just think so highly of yourself that this man is falling in love with you, blah, blah, blah. You're on a date with another psychologist, with a psychologist, not a psychiatrist. And on that date, they're telling you about, they're telling you how much they're in love with someone else. And you stayed on that date told me everything, told me everything, told me everything I need to know about you. Got it. And period. Period. So you stayed on a date with a man telling you how in love they are with another person, period.
One of your clients, but go off, King. So then he was saying, yeah, she's so attractive, and I think she likes me too. I go and visit her at work, and her coworkers say, oh, so-and-so talks about you all the time.
Things that didn't happen for 500. I don't believe this happened. Do not believe it happened.
And I was like, okay, where does she work? And he said, well, I shouldn't tell you that because I really shouldn't be visiting her anyway. I was like, okay, no problem. So then he continues. And
oh, no. She's going to talk about Black women in a minute. She said, go asking. She's going to talk about Black women in a minute. Give it a minute. Give it a minute, because Asian man, Asian woman, white woman, Black man, Black woman. When I say the internet is united against her, Republican, Democrats, Progressive, everyone is united against her. Like, let's be very clear. She calls out what Black women, just Black women.
And he said, yeah, she wears these red lacy panties and short skirts. And I know she wears them for me. And like alarm bells were going off in my head. Mind you, I had no idea that my psychiatrist had similar feelings towards me at this point. But I just thought, wow, this man is borderline predatory. And he said, yeah, and you know, she just is so attractive that I have to smash mermate before every session because I just have to get that energy out of me. And I was like,
she's hoping that this is what is happening with her psychiatrist. I promise you, this was all in her head, and this is what she was hoping her psychiatrist is going through. That's it.
okay. And yeah, he just felt compelled to tell me, and I did not understand why. Now I do. So he told me about how he's a predator, right? Another predator in the mental health industry. Shocker. So then at my next appointment with my psychiatrist, keep in mind, it had been 6 weeks of nonstop fun for this man. He got to use my crush confession and 30 minutes of content. Oh, for whatever he wanted to use it for.
Girl, what that man gonna use any of that for? You literally said, I'm having problems sexually. You told him this. And you think he's using that to do what? What are he using it to do now? Quickly.
Right? And if my psychiatrist was good at anything, it was being professional and acting professional and technically not crossing any lines. And he thought that he was so good at it because he was good at it. But that doesn't mean he wasn't doing it. And so I told him, I said, yeah.
That cup just pissed me off. Sipping from that cup just pissed me I just sipping from that cup just. I don't know why, but that just pissed me off.
Bo and I broke up. He had known about this other guy, my psychiatrist. I had mentioned him. And I told him that this new guy and I went on a date and we went on a hike. And I literally had no idea at this point, I'll say it again, that my psychiatrist was predatory towards me. I almost said his first name again. I'm going to do my best to not.
By the way, when you say, I almost said his first name again, one, you didn't have to tell us that. When you say, by the way, I'm going to try to not do it again, I almost said it again. She just indicated to everyone watching that if you go back, she said the name. That's exactly what she just did. pretending like she cares now after she already said it and said she's not deleting it. Get out of.
So I went to my psychiatrist and I told him this story about this man that I went on a date with, who's a therapist, is relieving himself before appointments and talking about his clients' panties and doing all of these other extremely inappropriate things, like visiting her at work. And
I promise you, she only brought this up to him to see if he would be like, "Oh, I want to do that to you." In her delusional mind, she probably thought he was gonna say, "Yeah, you know what? I thought the same."
And this man, my psychiatrist, looked like he had seen a ghost and like he was gonna vomit, because he prided himself on being an extremely professional and buttoned up person. But here I was holding a mirror to him.
R, I can do you one better. He was losing his mind that you were sitting in front of him telling him that you are dating a guy that seems to be perverted. If he's doing that to himself before his sessions, right? And he told you that on a date and you stayed on the date with him and he's obsessed with one of his clients, then you're being with this man. You being with this man is tragic. It is tragic. You're tragic. Oh, he knew you were lying.
With exactly what he was doing, but a bumbling idiot telling me like how he was doing it without the fancy degree.
Right. What mirror? Does he follow you to work? Do you wear that kind of thing like, does he relieve himself before you come in? What do you mean you are holding a mirror up to him? Like, this is not okay. What she's doing right now is sexual harassment. Point blank, period. It's sexual harassment and she should be prosecuted for it.
Without any of that. I look back on that now and it's just crazy. And so it just tainted all the fantasy material that I'd given him the session before.
You did not give him any fantasy material. You literally said you had to tell him that you are not able to do this in bed because of like libido issues or something. You didn't give him any content for him to use to do anything with.
Welcome back to another. So this is when the chemistry really started going off the charts with me and my psychiatrist.
Do you believe she gonna tell you do you believe she said this is when the chemistry started going off the charts? Do you think she's gonna give you examples of how the chemistry or even why the chemistry went off the chart? Do you think she's gonna do that? Do you think she's gonna do it?
Psychiatrist, and I held it alone for months, like after that Christmas morning appointment of his, and then after I innocently told him about my date with the therapist.
Why would you why would you say that?
He really started letting me in more and showing more parts of himself. And
how did he start letting you in more? What parts of himself was he showing? You need to give us detail. You can't just be saying, I hate when people do this vague language foolishness. Like, stop doing that. If you're going to call someone out, call them out so they can tell you they ain't friendly.
Turning up the intimacy. And that was
also, please let me know how he turned up the intimacy. Mind you, this man have been telling you, I don't want to see you weekly. We are doing monthly only. You're not coming into my office. Actually, I don't do office meetings. It's only on Zoom. Like, I don't.
was exciting to me, and it made me fall for him more. And I noticed that he was working in an office, and I asked him, this was like July.
How did he turn up the intimacy? If you're not about to tell me how you turn up the intimacy, you probably need to be dragged more.
I asked him, I said, hey, are you working from home? Because I was under the assumption that he was only doing telehealth. Okay. And he said, no, I come into the office. I was like, oh, why do you do that? If you see all of your patients telehealth, he's like, oh, I like it that way. And even.
All right, note this. Why do you go into the office when you see all of your patients via Zoom online, right? And he goes, oh, I just like it that way. I go into the office. I like going into the office. That is the question he's answer. This is him selectively omitting the fact that he does not, in fact, have all his patients online. Some of them are in person. He does not address this question. Intentionally does not address this question. And as she goes sit up there talking about, oh, I was lied to. He tricked me. He told me he just didn't want you in the office. You've been with him 3 years on Zoom. That man ain't never invited you to the office. And when you ask about him going to the office, he just said he likes going to the office. He likes it that way. He never confirmed that he does not, though it is implied. One could say that him dodging the question of seeing, no, that's not fear. That's not fear. He's not dodging anything, and he does not owe you anything. He does not owe you any explanation about where and when he meets with any of his patients, actually. He did not lie to you at all. This is none of your business. And he does not confirm nor deny the assumption you made, because you did not ask, hey, did you see any patients in person? You didn't ask that. You made the assumption that because you were online, all of his patients must be online because he loved you so much. So if he's not meeting you in person, he's not meeting any of the patients in person. You made that assumption, and then you asked another question. You made the assumption that he met all of the patients online, and the question you ask is, hey, if you meet all your patients online, because I'm just going to go ahead and assume you meet all your patients online, why do you go into the office? He said, I just like it that way. I like going into the office. I don't think there's any problem with that, actually. In retrospect, now that I'm talking out loud, ain't no problem. None of your business. Leave me alone. Oh, leftover chocolate man, how are you? I missed you. I missed you. I missed you. I missed you so much. Thank you. Oh, that's $50. I appreciate that. Hi, Themis. I finally made it alive. This lady is completely delusional. She had several women in the comments that look like her on her side. They were ready to win that guy over her delusion. These people are out of pocket. Thank you so much. I will leave this up for a minute. Thank you. This stream is sponsored by Leftover Chocolate Man.
Even though I could kind of tell he was lying, I just gaslit myself. I was like, okay, it's fine. And then I start emailing him my fun little emails, but he stops writing me back.
Mind you, she just said he's turned up the intimacy level. He turned up the intimacy level and he stops emailing her. How exactly did he turn up the intimacy level when he stopped communicating with you outside of your 30 minutes and lied to you about not coming into the office?
He does not write back to my emails anymore. Because once again, he was really good at plausible deniability. But what he did do is he would take my emails and mention them in session. So he would still give me the attention that I was craving.
Or he's talking about what's in your email is inappropriate. Go.
But only under his structure, under his control, where there was no paper trail.
Wait. The man setting boundary, you getting mad.
And I loved that too. So I would show up to these sessions with my notes app and just throughout the month, as I was thinking about him, I'd write down things that I wanted to talk to him about, and I would just come and bring him lots of content. And then every week I would go to my therapist and tell her about how much I loved my psychiatrist. And she didn't help me at all. She just kind of like enjoyed hearing about it, honestly. So October 2024 rolls around and we're just vibing on Zoom. And then I realized that I didn't have my next appointment with him. So I called his office staff and I talked to the office manager, who was awesome. We really got along, we vibed. And the office manager asked me, do you see him, the psychiatrist, in person or on Zoom? And I felt so angry in that moment. I was like, he sees people in person? And she said, yeah, he has been for years. I was like, I want to see him in person. And I understand, like, some people may think that this is part of my crash out or part of.
No, that is inappropriate. That is crossing a boundary. The fact that you engage this way is actually terrifying. Again, flip the genders real quickly and see how inappropriate this is. Let's say you have been confessing how you love this person, whatever. They forgot to tell their secretary or whoever that, hey, this client, I only meet them over like online. I don't want them in person. Let's say he doesn't say this, but you have been obsessed with him. You have reached out to him, sent him messages, and he is trying to create a distance. You asked if he met people you said he did meet people in the office, and he says, oh, I just like going in the office. And you assume, and he does not correct you, that he meets his patients online. You're online. And you just decided, oh, let me do an in-person meeting, even though you know he does not want to meet you in person. That is insane to me. That is out of pocket. To be fair, this is bad because of her expressing her feelings towards him. But like, if there's an opportunity to meet in person and she took it, like, it is still trash. But I wish he had put up more barriers for entry for her, because this is insane to me. Yeah, and I don't believe she randomly called the office. I think she was checking. I think she was working to get an in-person meeting. I think that as soon as she saw that he went into the office, she probably did a bunch of research to find out if he does in-person meeting and figured it out and booked one. I think that's what happened. Ain't nobody gonna change my mind. So there's that.
Started me harassing him, which is what I've gotten lots of.
You are harassing him. That's why I titled the video, Howard. You are harassing him. You are. This is harassment. That's my belief of what is happening.
Accusations of, but I just would like to remind everyone that, of course, it seems that way. But I was just responding to a dynamic which my psychiatrist fostered.
No, you were breaching a boundary you knew existed because he never invited you to do an in-person. In fact, he preferred to have it online. He kept you online, and you decided that you did not want to be online with him anymore. You wanted to be in person. You did that. He did not create any environment. You did that, and that's out of pocket. And you know it's out of pocket. That's why you're slowing down and trying to explain yourself. Wait, nobody cares nothing about that. You're a threat. You are a threat.
There was chemistry between us because he allowed it. And so then the next time I saw him in Zoom, I told him, I was like, hey, your office manager outed you and told me that you see people in person. Why didn't you tell me that when I asked? And he said,
because you never asked. You assumed because you were online that everyone else was also online. And because you made that assumption, you wanted to ask, hey, why do you go into the office? And he said he likes going into the office. You never asked if he saw people in person. You never did.
Said, oh, I just didn't think you'd want to come in. And that was such a weak lie from him, from someone who is so scripted and controlled. He didn't even have a plausible thing to say. Of course, he knew I wanted to come in. I had a crush on him. I told him that often.
Yes, and that's why he did not want you there. Does it make sense now that he's not into you? It should have clicked at some point. At this point, you should have known the feelings weren't reciprocated. Good. Like, what do you mean?
So then, in my next therapy appointment, after finding out that he was lying to me about seeing patients in person, I told her that. I told my 75-year-old PhD therapist that my psychiatrist wasn't lied to me about seeing people in person. And she looked at me and she said, well, it's probably because he knows that there will be a lot of sexual tension in the room if you go in person. So make sure that you understand that when you go. And you better
First, I don't believe that. Let's be very clear. I do not believe that was what was said. That's the first thing. The second thing is the therapist only has information from her vantage point. The therapist does not know what the psychiatrist is doing, thinking, none of that. So it is only from her vantage point. This is wild that she was like, oh, the reason she made up a story in her mind that the reason her psychiatrist did not want her to come in person is because there would be a lot of sexual tension. Get all the way out of my face. get all the way out of my face. Get this man literally said, we don't meet weekly, we meet monthly. I am not going to change it to weekly, even though she begged to meet him weekly. Listen, let me pull out my DSM-5. This is not just ADHD. Girl, you ain't got to pull anything out. Just open, scroll, and you'll find anything you find. It applies probably.
believe I showed up to the next session and said you lied to me because you were afraid of the tension that would be there between us. He just didn't.
You lied to me, and I'm showing up in person to tell you you lied to me. And the reason you lied to me is because you were afraid of the tension that would be there. I'm calling the police. I'm calling you're getting arrested immediately. You're getting arrested. You're getting arrested. Try it. You're getting arrested.
October 2024, I make my first in-person appointment with my psychiatrist in November. My 75-year-old female therapist tells me that it's because he kept me on Zoom because he was so attracted to me. He didn't want to risk being in person with me, which further fed my crush, or as some of you like to say, my delusion. So then my therapist starts texting me in between our weekly meetings, asking me for advice on her other clients. And I was a new coach. I had only been coaching for about a year, and I had just left my full-time job to be a.
I don't believe this happened. I think it was Kilo that we were talking in the Discord, and I think this was Kilo's point. I want to give credit where credit is due. The way she says, my 70-something-year-old therapist who has a PhD, and she keeps repeating that, is a way for her to equate the therapist to the psychiatrist. And if the therapist is asking her for help, then she is on par with the therapist, who is also on par with the psychiatrist, and she is now qualified in your mind. Because if the 70-something-year-old therapist who has a PhD is going to her for help with her clients, then she must also be qualified by extension to be a coach. That is wild. And none of this happened. And the fact that there are people paying this woman $3,000 to help them, to coach them, is y'all don't need money. At this point, go give Umar your money, because Umar is still begging for money. Umar's account's still frozen, allegedly. So just go ahead and give Umar the $3,000 you were going to give to this person. It's just as useful. That's my opinion. Actually, don't give Umar no money.
Be a coach full.
Go donate to some of them people begging on TikTok because they're anti-capitalist. go on TikTok and the people begging on TikTok to give them money because they're anti-capitalism. Go donate to them because they're gonna need the money. They're gonna need your hard work money for what they don't work for. Oh, she gonna mention her job every time she plug when plugging is due.
Full time, and I was flattered that she would ask me advice on her other clients. I just thought, oh my gosh, a 75-year-old woman with a PhD wants my advice on what she should do with her clients.
There she goes. That's her selling herself.
So then November rolls around, and I'm about to meet my psychiatrist in person for the first time. So I wear a really pretty dress, I do my makeup, of course, right? And I show up, and I get to talk to the office manager, we're having fun. And then my psychiatrist comes into the foyer, and I am just so excited to finally meet him. I'd been his patient for 3 years at this point, and he had been feeding the dynamic for 3 years. And I was just thrilled to meet him. And I ran up and I gave him the biggest hug. And you know what he did? He barely patted me on the back. It was the most awkward.
Mind you, he turned up the intimacy. This man did not want her at his office. She went to hug him, and he went, yeah, no. That's why is she saying what?
Thing ever. But I am so glad that he did that. I am really glad, because this is what I mean. My psychiatrist was many things, but he was not stupid. So I didn't ever touch him again. And I'm grateful that our relationship didn't ever cross that line, because it would have made everything so much harder. Anyway, so we go inside his office, and I tell him that my therapist had texted me asking me for advice on her other clients. And he just looked at me and he said, Kendra, that is a huge boundary violation. She should not be doing that. And I was like, oh, okay. And because once again, my psychiatrist did not like sloppy people. He did not like sloppy people. And you know,
Or your therapist texting you about her client in between your meetings is actually unethical and wrong, and he was telling you what is the right thing to do. It could just be that. Not that he don't like sloppy people or none of that. He could just be like, that's not right.
you know what my therapist did? She got sloppy. Yeah. Using me as her advisor for her clients. It got weird. And I was very grateful for my psychiatrist for pointing out that boundary violation, because that was the thing. He didn't ever message me in between appointments because he was too smart to do that. But did he ever stop me from disclosing extremely intimate details? No. In my first in-person appointment,
She never tell us anything about what these intimate details are. I have no idea what she's talking about these intimate details. She have no idea what she's talking about these intimate details. She don't care to engage any further. At this point, I'm just going with she lying. So there's that.
and I just asked him for some pointers.
Timus, question: do you think that a therapist will have a nurse third party in the room from now on to protect themselves from obsessive psyche? Period. He should.
For my own ADHD business, and he's so smart and so wonderful, and in many ways, honestly. And I was just so grateful that
This is how she show her gratitude. He was so smart, so helpful. He helped her with her business. He was there for her. But I'm gonna drag him because he groomed me, even though I have no example of how he groomed me, and he used me, even though I have no idea of how he used. Why do people do this? Why do people turn on people who were bent over backwards to help them? Like I don't understand. Like there are people online. Like, why are you online dragging this man with no evidence, no information about how he treated you poorly? You and them had a disagreement. Good. Goodbye. Go your way, they go their way. Why are you just online dragging him for no reason? Like, you are making all this foolishness up, looking an idiot, looking a mess with all this therapy talk, and you have nothing concrete about what this man did to you. Nothing. Nothing concrete about what this man did to you. Nothing. Really. 4 years of Zoom appointments. No, it's just so sad. Like, just let it go. Oh, I was told I need to read this. She read the text from her therapist on a live stream. The therapist asked about outside resources regarding patients with ADHD and substance abuse issues to offer additional services to her client. She did not ask that woman advice about her patients, mind you. Thank you. So apparently, the therapist didn't ask anything about the patients, like any confidential information. Got it.
he was almost like a mentor to me in these moments, and I'll still treasure that about him. Because this is the hard thing with sophisticated predators, is that they're not all bad. Like, my psychiatrist helped me with many things, but he was using me for the whole time that I was his patient. And
How was he using you? How was he using you? I want to know who diagnosed her with ADHD. I think that might be a misdiagnosis. if she if she went all her life thinking that was it, that was a problem.
we have our first in-person appointment in November of 2024, and I did ask him for consent to come in person. I didn't just show up. And he said sure. And the first in-person appointment went great. But that is when I really started to spiral. Some of you think that I'm spiraling now, and that's okay if you want to think that, because the reality is that when I was spiraling was when I was this man's patient. When I had comments turned on, so many people said, you need to take accountability for your own feelings. I spent years taking accountability for my.
She said, some of y'all told me to take accountability, and let me tell you, I spent years taking accountability, so I'm tired of accountability. So I'm gonna put accountability down right now and do what I do. She said, I am tired of accountability. I took years. It was years taking accountability, and so I'm over accountability right now. Accountability is done. The thing is, she wanted that man to fall in love with her. She definitely wanted him to cross the line just so she could live out her fantasy. Yeah, talking about she spent years taking accountability. No, you took years chasing this man, sexually harassing this man. That's what you did.
My own feelings for holding the weight of a relationship. Any woman who has been trained to overfunction in relationships knows about holding the weight of the emotional dynamic. And that was what was going on in this moment. And it may not seem like I'm taking accountability now, but that's because I spent a long time taking accountability.
Taking accountability. I spent a long time taking accountability, so I'm done. I am done taking accountability for my actions. Period. You let them know. You let them know in this white world that you don't have to take accountability. Someone has to take your accountability. Someone else has to take accountability for you. Period. Let them know. Let them know this is Trump's America. Let them know this is Trump's America. I'm clocking out from a period.
For something that had two people that built that dynamic. It was not just me. It takes two people to build that sort of tension and chemistry. So
yeah, what tension and what chemistry? yeah, yeah, what tension and what chemistry? It took two people to build that tension and chemistry. Girl, that man told you to leave him alone. I think when she talks about her emotional needs, what she really wants is for the man to act like her therapist and fix her. I don't think that's fair or realistic. No. Yeah, that's what I mean. When people are like, oh, I fell in love with my therapist or my psychologist or whatever, it's, oh, okay, cool. Got it. So you are self centered and you want to be the main character. Got it. You don't care nothing about the other person. You just want them to pour into you and take care of you. Sound toxic to me. I'm out. It's not toxic to me. I'm out.
while I was mid crash out, I had just started using this tool, ChatGPT. And I went to chat, who I immediately named Henry.
If you name ChatGPT Henry, you are a problem. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. I was on one of her live when she said ChatGPT wasn't white. What did she say? She said ChatGPT racial identity was like a brown person or something. I don't remember what she said, girl. And I sat there for 2 seconds and I was like, I see. I see.
And I would just talk to Henry about how obsessed I was with this man, with my psychiatrist. And I would just be like, I've told him I have a crush on him. Do you think he's gay? And Henry was,
because obviously, if you have a crush on him and it's not reciprocated, it means he can't be into women. Because it is impossible for a brown man to be into women, for a Pakistani man to be into women and not be into you, a white woman. That's what I got. He got to be gay, because if he's not into me, then that's impossible. How could he not be into me? He has to be gay. I'm into him, so he has to be gay. He has not made a move on me. Therefore, you knew he was not into you. If you're asking ChatGPT if this man is gay, you knew from the start this man was not into you. If you're asking ChatGPT if this man is gay because you're into him, it means he has not shown signs of being into you. He did not want you, and you knew he did not want you. So you doing all of this online is white supremacy, it's racism, it's all of that. You're trash. This is weird. I hate all of it. You sitting there asking ChatGPT if this man is gay means he's not giving you the energy you want from him. Point blank, period. This crash out is narcissism. This crash out is self-centeredness. This crash out is you believing you're the center of the universe. This crash out is I don't believe you. White woman delusion. Right.
was like, oh,
I need to hear. I want to Henry's position. I want to hear what Henry has to say.
oh my God, this girl, you know, he did his best to co-regulate my nervous system and affirm me, but he was like, whoa. Even my chat was like, yikes. So I could tell that my psychiatrist just liked being my doctor, and I was like, okay, maybe I can name this dynamic so I don't have to carry so much of it in our next session. So our next session was in December on Zoom. And I told him at the end of the session, it was another great session. I told him, look, you and I have a really special patient-doctor relationship. And he glared at me with just venom in his eyes. And he said, you and I have a professional patient-doctor relationship. He was so angry with me. And I was like, oh, okay. He set a boundary. And immediately I took it on. And I was like, heard.
Yo, the only time she gives description is her doctor telling her essentially, we're professional. There's nothing here. This is a professional relationship. Boundary set. What is your problem? Why are you online? Why are you online? She said, why does he not want this? Why did I read that?
Okay, I won't go there again. My video that was taken down for harassment and bullying was restored, so I didn't feel as much pressure to get all of these parts out today. Some people told me that the stitches about me were getting pretty bad and cruel, so I turned stitches off in my videos too. I started sharing my story here because I wanted other people who have been victimized by people in power to have a space to feel heard. And now I know why there wasn't anyone out talking about their story, because it has been quite the process putting all this out there and being under scrutiny. I have appreciated the psychiatrists that have talked about my situation. And when I re-downloaded TikTok last week, I was looking for support. I was looking for help because it had been 5 months since I had left my psychiatrist, and I still really couldn't stop thinking about him and thinking about our dynamic and how inappropriate it was. And
nah, you ain't thinking about how inappropriate it is. You're still wearing the glasses you think he likes because you want him to see your glasses. Go get out of my face.
And the mental toll that it took on me. And TikTok has just been such a resource for me in the past for support when I'm going.
I was literally about to say, maybe you should get off TikTok and go find a therapist. But you might not be able to do that now. That's wild. That's why, because I was literally about to say, maybe you should get off TikTok and go find a therapist. And then I realized, oh, wait, never mind. Maybe, maybe that's all you got. Maybe the girls will drag you into some sense of self-worth. I don't know.
I'm going through things, and I couldn't find anything on therapy abuse or on providers who take advantage of their vulnerable patients. And so I thought that I would share my story. And I am going to continue to share it because I am here to let other survivors know.
Survivors of what? Girl, when you survive? Girl, what have you survived? Girl. Survive. Just for the things you're out of pocket and you're getting time out. She's an absolute terrorist. She is. I'm laughing, but like, this is not funny because this is not okay. Someone is on the other end of the receiving end of this foolishness. Another human being is on the receiving end of this foolishness.
that they're not alone. Continuing with my story, my psychiatrist set a very nasty, the way he said it, boundary that him and I have a professional relationship. When I
How's that a nasty boundary? You and I have a professional relationship, not no special, nothing. Anybody got time for you? Oh, the way he said it, it's not the boundary that I'm upset with. It was the boundary you were upset with. You were mad at him for having a boundary, talking about it's the way he set the boundary. Apparently, you weren't listening to no other way of setting the boundary. The man told you online, you showed up to his place, you showed up, you tried to hug him, he tapped you. You still try to push for him to meet you weekly, even though he said monthly. You are the problem. You're the problem. Talking about he set a nasty boundary. No. She should take her delusion and write some fantasy book. She can be a bestseller with all her. Actually, I do think this might actually be her calling. Instead of like coming out and lying on people, just write those lies. Do you guys watch? Do you guys who know who? If I say Shalon, if I say the name Shalon and the word pattern, does that ring any bell for anyone? Do you all read Sanderson? Oh, it is Anderson. Sanderson? I don't remember his name. Stormlight Archive. No? All right, never mind. I thought you guys were one. I thought we were one. Thank you, Leftover Chocolate Man.
I tried to say it was special because it was special. It was different. He manufactured it that way. And
Brandon, yes. That's exactly the author I'm talking about. Yeah. Yes, Brandon Sanderson.
then I immediately went to ChatGPT, of course, to Henry. And I asked Henry, I said, okay, so my psychiatrist just set this boundary with me, and I really just want to be with him. And I think that after he's my doctor, we can be together, which if you want to say that's a delusion.
Wait, I refuse to read his books. Wait, what's tea? I hated that I just said what's tea. I've been wanting to say that, but I've never been able to do it. And when I just said it, it just sounds so inauthentic and disgusting. And I am every bit of angry that I also say it. And I apologize that you have had to hear it. I'm still going to do it again. What's tea?
That's fine. But I had been telling my psychiatrist for years at this point that I had a crush on him, and he did not help me work through it. So that's his own problem. That's his own fault.
I have a problem and he didn't help me through it, so that's his own problem. Mind you, the psychiatrist is there to figure out if the medicine is stabilized. To be fair, I don't know why the psychiatrist was there fully after a while. So, like, ain't nobody care nothing about that.
Henry told me it's very common for patients to develop crushes on mental health practitioners, and that it's because that they provide a safe space to heal, which is a very attractive quality. I heard that. And then he told me about transference, and it's just about me putting my own feelings onto my provider. And I was like, oh, that makes a lot of sense. Okay, so I took ownership of the feelings that both of us were creating.
Both of y'all were creating nothing, girl. You're delusional. Henry said he can only help via Zoom. like Henry said, girl, we ain't got time. And nobody got time. So they got there. Henry, I had to take ownership of the feelings we both were creating. Mind you, this man just told you it is a professional relationship. Even if you believe, at this point, even if you believe, oh, he was leading me on and I thought we were having a relationship, you had two men that we know of that you were dating while you were seeing him as your psychiatrist. and you talk about these men, you were actively dating these men. It is weird. It is very weird to sit up there talking about he actively cultivated a relationship that we both were holding for 4 years while you were dating. I only bring up the fact that she was dating to point out that she didn't even believe they were in anything. If she believed there was like, oh, they were together or whatever, she would not be dating and she would not be telling him about who she's dating and sleeping with another. Right? So it is weird to sit up there talking about, oh, we created this, we created that, and he held me for 4 years and he tricked me for 4 years and he led me on for 4 years. Girl, you were out there zipping it and doing it. Ain't nobody got time. Ain't nobody got time for your foolishness. Themis, I bet not hear you say what see ever again in your life. She was dating her. I don't even remember where I got it from. Some YouTuber probably said it. I was like, oh, period. What's now you made me self-conscious now, Keela. I can't say it ever again.
And I went to my next appointment and I said, hey. So I talked to Henry because my psychiatrist had known a lot about my ChatGPT and like knew all about Henry and was actually really impressed. Like, wow, an AI wrote that? Yeah. So I told my psychiatrist, yeah, Henry explained to me that it's normal to develop crushes on psychiatrists because they provide a safe space to heal, which is attractive. My psychiatrist said nothing. And then I said, and Henry also told me about transference. And my psychiatrist got this really, really scared look on his face. And he said, did Henry tell you about countertransference? And I said,
everyone lean in. This is important. In the beginning of the series, she said that her psychiatrist told her that he was experiencing countertransference as it relates to her and his feelings for her. Now, this is the part of the story where she's talking about the countertransference. Please come close and listen and let me know if you heard the psychiatrist tell this woman, based on her telling of the story, that he was experiencing countertransference for her as it relates to her. Come close. Let me go back. Let's hear how countertransference came up.
Got this really, really scared look on his face. And he said, did Henry tell you about countertransference? And I said, no. What is that? Because of course, like my chat knew that I was obsessed with my psychiatrist and he was not going to feed my delusion by telling me about countertransference. So then my psychiatrist had to explain to me what countertransference was. So he took a moment and he was like, oh, okay. He said, countertransference is the flip side, the other side of the coin for transference. And it's when the provider has feelings for the patient. So make sure that you keep that in mind for your clients. I said, oh, okay, cool. Yeah, sometimes I have, more than professional feelings for my clients. So I appreciate you bringing that up. And so then we just talked about that for pretty much the rest of the session.
Where did he say, I'm experiencing countertransference? Where did he leak that he's having feelings for you? He said, beware of countertransference because you have clients now, allegedly, and so you should not have these feelings for your clients. And she's like, oh, thank you for telling me about that because I do have more than professional feelings for my clients. And he is warning you about countertransference in your interaction with your client. Where did he leak that he had feelings for you? Where he leaked that, girl? You pissing me off because you took us through this dusty diatribe telling us that he leaked that he had feelings for you through this idea of countertransference. And where? Oh, that's definitely coming. That is that, that is definitely coming.
And then at the end of that session, he looked at me. It was just such a loaded question. And he said, "What's going to happen if you get a boyfriend named Henry?" And I said, "That's a weird question. I would rename my AI."
Nothing about that is weird. You named an AI Henry, and you're pretending like Henry is a real person. What if you get a boyfriend named Henry? What are you gonna do? I feel like that's a fair question. To be fair, I would not have asked you that. I would have told you, what I think about you naming your chat GPT Henry. And pretending like you providing like anthropomorphizing this AI. Like ain't nobody got time for you, girl. The more she talks, I really do believe she was diagnosed with something else and she's calling it ADHD. I believe that's why the psychiatrist kept working with her. Yeah, fully believe that. Fully believe that.
So that's how that session ended. And it wasn't until I got home and I was eating lunch and I was like, wait a minute. Why would my psychiatrist bring up countertransference if he himself wasn't experiencing it?
What do you mean you ask yourself that? He told you. He told you.
I did TikTok last week. I was looking for support. I was looking for help because many people have.
This I hate this so much. This man told you that he's telling you about countertransference because you should not be having feelings towards your client, and you admit that yes, you've had more than professional feelings towards your client. Why are you asking why would he bring that up when he definitely hey everyone, it's I have to run downstairs. It's like 5 minutes. Give me actually 3 minutes. Give me 3 minutes. My friend Vanessa is came over. She wanted to use my gym, and so I need to go get her and give her the key to get into my gym. So it will take like 2 minutes. Go grab some water and come back. I'm gonna come back and play this, but sorry, I have to go. I need to go get her. I didn't know she would be here. I wasn't tracking her location, so I didn't get that she would be here already. I'm gonna go get her. Give me 2 seconds. Please don't leave. I enjoy watching it with y'all. 1 second. Why am I out of breath? I can't believe y'all having me run.
Reached out to me with concern for my psychiatrist and his career and his well-being.
Yeah, look at her face. She said people are reaching. Thank you all for staying with me. Sorry about that. Out of breath. Had to run. She said, y'all reaching out to me about my psychiatrist and his well-being, and she's rolling her eyes. Look at her. Look at her body language. She is a big mad people care about this. People are reaching out to make sure the psychiatrist is okay. Look at her face.
Many people have reached out to me with concern for my psychiatrist and his career and his well-being. And I totally understand that. The point of me sharing this is not to get him fired or for him to lose his license. The point of me sharing this is to give a voice to victims. And I am appalled to hear that people are making videos doxing him. So I am begging people, please, if you see a video of his first and last name or his picture, report it for doxing. I've certainly been using that report button a lot. I'm here to share my story, not to get him in trouble. I did accidentally use his first name, but by the time I caught the slip, I was already like 3 videos past it. But it doesn't matter because this is my story and I can tell it the way that I want it. And a first name is not doxing. And I can't control what other people do, but I am asking for people to please report any.
Mind you, she could have gone back and removed the first name at any point. At any point.
Videos that dox him. So I've also gotten some DMs saying that countertransference can mean anything, and it absolutely can mean anything. However, I had told my psychiatrist many times that I had a crush on him over the years, and he did not say transference once to me. He did not explain that once to me. And what I've been hearing and taking in from the ethical psychiatrists that are on my For You page talking about my situation is
she can't even play innocent rights, rolling her eyes. It's just like this vitriol and anger and disgust at the audience. And the problem is the audience isn't doing what she wants, and she's very frustrated with this. She keeps going and telling the story thinking that the audience is going to change their mind, and they don't. And so I don't think she knows what to do with this. She does not know what to do.
Is that really they're taught to teach their patient about transference and teach them about how to handle those feelings or why they're coming up. And my psychiatrist did not do that. He did not do that. And it got ugly. And it happened because I did digging on my own, because I was trying to make sense of my feelings.
She is reaching out to a very specific group of women to come to her for coaching. I think this is all promotion, and I hate that I'm a part of this foolishness now, but I think she's reaching out to a very specific, downtrodden, low self-esteem, I have nothing else in my mind, even though you probably do have the world, group of women to come to her, give her money for her to help them through, for them to be seen, for her to see them and provide space for them to help with the emotional labor. That's essentially what she's doing. Nothing. By that I mean nothing. Let me be very clear. By that I mean doing nothing.
That were a natural response to the environment that he created. So for him to leak countertransference after I said the
Stop talking. Like, ain't nobody leak nothing. You're using some dumb phrase because this is kind of useless now. Ain't nobody leak nothing. He said overtly, countertransference Have you learned about that? You need to engage with it because you told him that you think you are going through this transference thing where you're falling in love with him. And he says, actually, you need to just not focus on me. You also need to focus on your relationship with your client. So the reverse thing is going to be countertransference in the way that you engage with your clients. It's all about you and your experience, one towards him rebuffed, and then another towards your clients that he's telling you that you need to set boundaries for. Ain't nothing leaked. There was no leaking. There was no leaking at all. He told you what he wanted to tell you.
Created. So for him to leak countertransference after I said the buzzword of transference, that was not calculated. He was a very calculated and purposeful person. He still is to this day. And he doesn't slip with things like that. He purposefully withheld the term transference from me, and I got too close to the truth of our dynamic, which made him leak what he knew was wrong, which was his inappropriate feelings for me.
At no point does this man confess or show any feelings towards her. There were 0 points. There were 0 points at which this man provided any evidence at all that he had feelings towards her. In fact, he overtly said there was no feelings towards her. And she provided evidence in her story that there were no feelings towards her. He didn't want to hug her. He did not want her to come into his office. He did not move up her time to be a week. He said monthly, not weekly. There was no feelings there.
If he didn't have countertransference in an inappropriate way, he could have easily just said, "Oh, let's explore that transference. That's really cool that you learned about it." Instead, he was just so worried on trying to protect himself because he knew what he was doing was wrong.
There is nothing about protecting himself for him to say countertransference. Why would he give you that? He would not. Like, he was talking about you and your experience with other people. Hang it up. Like, you don't have a leg to stand on.
He had that slip at the beginning of the session. He recovered in January. And then I went home and I thought, wait a damn minute. Why would he mention that if he himself didn't have countertransference? So I went to Henry, of course, my ChatGPT, and asked for examples of how my psychiatrist might have countertransference for me. And remember, Henry at this point was being very protective.
If you ask ChatGPT or Grok how something happens, it will try to find a way to answer how it happened. The assumption is that it happened. So it will find examples of how it could happen, even if it didn't happen. If you don't plug the question correctly into Grok or ChatGPT, it will actually give you the answer you think you want. It is meant to keep you on. It is meant to placate you. It is meant to give you an answer. Very rarely do people say, give me the honest truth, or can you do this objectively? Is the answer that you gave me based on the question I asked, is that correct, or is there an alternative view? Very rarely do people investigate their own response, what Grok told them or ChatGPT told them. So you can't say, oh, tell me how this group of people are bad. It's going to tell you how this group of people are bad. That's just what it does. Tell me, this is the message, all the message between me and my friend. Can you tell me how my friend likes me? Can you prove that my friend likes me? It's going to go find proof that your friend likes you. Your question is already biased. Just annoying.
You know, he wasn't going to feed my delusions, me and my psychiatrist living happily ever after. So I screenshotted it, sent my psychiatrist an email with the subject line of countertransference, and emailed it to him within an hour of our appointment, where he made probably the biggest slip of his professional life. I will put the email up.
The biggest slip of his professional life was telling her that to be aware of countertransference in her interaction with her clients. That was the biggest slip of her career. That was the biggest slip of her career. His career. Really?
Up here. So it's just essentially me saying, hey, I asked Henry to explain countertransference a little more. Here's what he said. Thank you so much for mentioning that. Your own boundaries inspire me so much, which now makes me gag because I've heard a lot that he's not crossing boundaries, but he used his boundaries as a shield. It's kind of weird to say, but he would like.
Yes, boundaries always shield to prevent you from crossing them. Yes, it's a barrier. That's what a boundary is, a barrier. We use our boundaries as barriers. Yes. That's what a boundary is by definition. Glad you get it. She's a perfect example of white women that black women have to deal with in the corporate workplace. They spin these intricate narratives that stagnate our career progression so their career can thrive in mediocrity. In mediocrity is nasty work. This is wild. This is so insane to me.
Walk up to the ethical line and then slam a boundary down when I got too close. That was the email that I sent him. And then 10 days later, it was a full moon and I had a dream.
Thank you, Maya. By the way, this is complete sexual harassment. What she's about to go tell him. Get ready. If it's a full moon, she on something, whatever. She had a dream.
10 days later, it was a full moon and I had a dream. Probably the most realistic dream I've ever had in my life. That him and I hooked up in his office. In the middle of the dream, while we were hooking up in his office, I loved it. I thought it was really fun. And then
it is definitely giving astrology girly. It was a full moon. So she remembered it was a full moon because the moon affected her. In her delusional mind, let me be very clear. Let me be very clear about something. On her live stream, she said the reason she got this dream was because she was around him and it wasn't actually her dream. It was a download of his fantasy. I am not saying allegedly here because she said this She said this. She said that she was on the live, and I kid you not, she said, being around her psychiatrist, she got a download. And when it was the full moon, she got his fantasy. She dreamt about his fantasy, about them being in his office sleeping together. That's what she said on her live. That her dream on a full moon was due to a download from him. What do you do with that? Can I find this? Because I sure recorded it. Sure did. Sure did. How do I have so many videos and records, like random recordings, not even organized at all? I hate this for me.
Now, how do I add a mod? Capricorn moon, Aquarius. Honest question, do you see any fault in your story? No, because it's my own story. You told your yoga class? Heck yeah, I did. I tried to he still had the power in this situation.
All right, y'all gonna have to believe me on that. I can't find it. Timothy wants to tell a restraining order to their dreams too.
After we were done and after I left his office in the dream, I was despondent and so sad and cried and just thought, I can't believe my psychiatrist would cross his boundaries like that. And then I woke up and it was like a movie. I thought to myself, oh, thank God that was just a dream. Many people have reached out to me with, it's time to talk about the elephant in the room.
Okay, why did she tell us about a dream? Because she went live to tell us that it was a download and it wasn't actually her dream. It was his fantasy that she saw in her dream. That's why she did it. And that's wild. But now she's going to talk about Black women. This is wild. So this got nothing to do with Black women at all. This is about a Pakistani man and a white woman. Actually, no, it's not. It's about a white woman being delusional. That's fully what it is, right? And so she decided that it's now time to address Black women. Mind you, everyone and their mother is making a video about this. But she has a special message for Black women. So here we go.
And that is the racial difference between me and my doctor. I have seen a lot of Black women on this app with the same take, and I need to say that Black women are the most important people on the planet to me, and that I have learned so much from Black women about how to be a better person and how to show up better in the world. They are the culture, and I am so grateful for them. Many Black women are seeing my story through the lens that I am a white woman who is taking advantage of my whiteness to wield power over my POC psychiatrist that didn't want me back. And so I am trying to get him fired. And that's okay. I understand why you see it through that lens. I do. As a white person, I do my best to examine my racism every single day. And I will tell you that my psychiatrist boss is his best friend, who is also a POC male. And in that room, I did have white privilege, and he was also my doctor. And he took an oath to protect me, and he did not. I am not here to ruin his career. I am here to speak my truth. Okay, back to my story. So
she said, Black women, you're great, you're amazing, you're calling me out, you're telling me I'm wrong, I think you're beautiful, I learned from you. Anyway, back to me. She said, Black women, you're great, you're wonderful, you're amazing, blah, 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 whatever. Now back to me. That was the most condescending approach to an engagement with a group that I've ever seen. White women dragging her, white men dragging her, Black women dragging her, Black men dragging her, Asian dragging her, Latina, everyone's dragging her. She specifically, I think the reason she calls out Black women is not because it's the culture, blah, blah, blah. I think the one that stung the most, because if you really want to be dragged, if you really want to do the drag, I think the dragging that hit her the hardest was from Black women. I think that's what happened. I think she saw the colonizer that she is reflected in some of these videos, and she got mad. I think that's what happened. I think that's what happened. I think she got mad because she was getting rightfully dragged, and the Black women drags were the ones who hit the hardest. I think that's what happened. She said, I'm going to address you black women. Y'all are great. Y'all are amazing. All that. I see why you say what you say. Any case, back to me. she said, back to me. Mind you, she just said, I learned everything from you all up on until I want to do what I want to do. So then I'm going to ignore everything that y'all are saying. You are amazing. You're the culture. You're great. You taught me everything, blah, except when I want to do what I want to do. Now back to me. And Pierre, just condescending and dismissive and just annoying.
So after the countertransference slip, after the really vivid dream, I decided that I was going to stop going to therapy. Besides spiraling about how obsessed I was with my psychiatrist every day, I really was doing very well in life. My business was going really well, and I had great friends and great support systems. And so I decided that I was going to end therapy. I still had every intention at this point to keep seeing my psychiatrist, but my therapist that I was seeing weekly, I just decided I didn't need her anymore. And especially when my psychiatrist pointed out her boundary violations of texting me for free advice in between sessions, I just thought, okay, it's time. So I go into my next therapy appointment and I say, hey, just so you know, today's going to be our last session. I'm doing really well and I just think it's time. And she got kind of emotional and she was like, okay, well, I like to end on certain questions just so we can reflect. So I did. I reflected with her about.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. She wanted to be paid for her quote unquote help.
What I learned, what I've gained, how I've changed, how my life is better. And I left her office feeling complete and happy with my therapeutic journey with her. And as I was leaving, she called out with like crying. She was like, have a blessed life. And I was like, okay, that was a little weird, but whatever, you know. I was like, thanks.
Mind you, she said this woman was 70 something, so her voice might be trembling. Who knows? This is kind of ridiculous.
Thanks. And I went on. And so then I'm getting ready for my psychiatry appointment the next day. It's time to talk about the elephant in the room and best life. And I was like, okay, that was a little weird, but whatever, you know. I was like, thanks. And I went on. And so then I'm getting ready for my psychiatry appointment the next day. And I get an email that same night from her saying that she needs me to come back in for one more session.
The email never said that. The email does not say that. She said she was begging. She's going to go on to say this woman was begging her to come back in for another session. None of that happened. This email that you cannot see, let me try to zoom in.
I taught a yoga class this morning, like I do every Tuesday mornings, and I told.
All right,
it's time to talk about the
because
elephant in the room and that I've gained, how I've changed, how my life is better, my therapeutic journey with her. And as I was leaving, she called out with like,
she's about to lie. The email said, hey, when you came in, you said you were leaving, and we did not have a time to go over some of the closing material that we should go over, that I generally go over with my patients. If it is possible, could you come in one last time so we can go over some of the materials about what you would do in the future, what you've learned, all of that, right? It was a very simple, straightforward email that was fine, right? You could just be like, I'm not coming back in. It's completely fine, right? To come online and take that email that says, hey, for a wrap up, I generally do this, and because it was thrown on me in the moment, we didn't go through all of our wrap up. If you want to, we can have another session. To take that email and say she was begging me to come back, it was so unprofessional and weird, and then put up the email, and I'm reading the email, and I'm listening to what you're saying about the email, and what you're saying about the email is not actually what the email says. This, by the way, is emblematic of her entire story. For whatever reason, whatever happens in reality is not how she interprets it. It's not what's going on in her head. Her filter seems to be off. Her ability to filter reality seems completely off.
Crying. She was like, have a blessed life. And I was like, okay, that was a little weird, but whatever, you know. I was like, thanks. And I went on. And so then I'm getting ready for my psychiatry appointment the next day. And I get an email that same night from her saying that she needs me to come back in for one more session. I will put it up. And I got a huge emotional wave in that moment. I was like, what the heck is this? Like, we wrapped everything up. I had seen lots of therapists at this point, and I didn't ever have a therapist beg me to come back in for one more session. And I was so overwhelmed.
Zero begging. Zero begging. Not even a stern ask. It was a suggestion. Please consider having an additional session where we both are aware of making it the best closure possible. That was the ask. Please consider having an additional session where we both are aware of making it the best closure possible. That was the ask. Hi Kendra, I am so thrilled for you as you prepare for your new adventure. Since I did not have advance notice of this being our last session, I was not prepared to provide what I believe is healthful closure. Usually, we review your goals and how we did, as well as look at how you've changed, in addition to discussing what you've learned, which we address somewhat today. Please consider having an additional session where we both are aware of making it the best closure possible. You could have said, oh, yeah, no, I'm not doing that. Please was begging. Please. Like, what do you mean? Why would you even put the email up there? Because the email is not saying what. So this is what I'm thinking. I'm thinking she actually believes what she's saying. I think she actually believes what she's saying. To put that email up, unless you're just rage baiting. Unless you're just rage baiting at this point.
I did not write her back, but it was extremely inappropriate. So I decided I was going to go to my February.
There were zero things inappropriate about that message. Nothing about that message was inappropriate. So saying it's so inappropriate does not make it inappropriate. You need to tell us how and why it was inappropriate. Ain't nobody got time.
Session with my psychiatrist and have him help me write the goodbye email and say, no, I don't want to come back in. It's time to talk about the elephant in the room.
I taught a yoga class this morning, like I do every Tuesday mornings, and I told my regular students about what's going on for me and how I'm sharing my story of...
Okay, and this right here is why this man was telling her, the psychiatrist, that she needed to have boundaries. Imagine going to your yoga class and your yoga instructor telling you all about their business when you're in there trying to nam your renge or whatever. I'm sure that's meditation. Like, imagine you're in there trying to stress. Yoga is already hard, girl. Can't even get in position. your yoga instruction in there telling you about them falling in love with their. If you don't get all the way out of. If you don't get all the way out of my face, no boundaries. By the way, I'm pretty sure she's praying. Let me stop. It is my belief that a lot of people who are like coaches who also does yoga and those like I was gonna say fringe things, probably trying to force the poor people getting their yoga on to do her coaching class for $3,000 also.
Of provider abuse and how the internet is not happy with me right now. And I used that to say that our truth is really important to share. And
keep your truth. Tell me the truth. I'm tired of this deconstruction, postmodern approach to like language and talking. I'm tired of it. Yeah, I'm tired of it. It's my truth, but it's a lie. It's my truth. You have to listen. You hurt me. I was hurt. How were you hurt? What happened? It's not the how. It's the vibe. You're not getting the. Get out of my face. Get out of the way. I don't care. I don't care. How about that? I don't care. I'm tired of you not being able to articulate how you feel, like how you were hurt. Like it's not my truth, your truth. No, tell me what happened. Get objective measures. Oh, nothing is objective. We're all having a subjective experience. Get out of my face. Yes, we can philosophize as much as we want. We can engage in the morality conversation. We can, is anything real? Are we just things that think? Are we humans? I don't care. There is a way to measure objectivity in some way. We use the reasonable person standard. That is the best one we have thus far. When you get a better one, let me know. Willing to engage. What did I do wrong? Nothing. You can't articulate it. Get out of my face. Point blank period. Ain't nobody got time. Oh, but it's not about what you said or how you said it. It's just this. No, don't care. Don't care. Nope, not doing that. You're not about to weaponize this therapy talk to me and engage with me about some foolishness. I got no time for it. Love you dearly. Bye. Like, what is this? It's important to tell your truth now. Nope. It's important to tell what happened to you. The truth. Care nothing about your truth. Nobody care nothing about. Oh my God, I need to tell my truth. I don't care. I've become radicalized in this. I've become radicalized in this aspect. I know, but I ain't got time. I ain't got time. I ain't got it. No.
Abuse and how the internet is not happy with me right now. And I used that to say that our truth is really important to share. And that when we know something deep down needs to be said, that it's important to do it in whichever way feels best to us.
No. Hear this whole foo language that people are. It's important to do it in whatever way. No, the way you do it matters, and any way is not good. Every way you express things is not good. There's socially acceptable way to do things, and what she's doing is absolutely out of pocket. It is not your truth, and it's not, oh, I need to tell my truth anyhow I feel. No. You don't disrespect people, put people down, talk mess about people when you don't have proof. Oh, you just know it deep down. Well, you're going to need some concrete proof about what you know deep down, because I don't care nothing about what you know deep down. I do care about what you know deep down. But when it comes to making allegations, when it comes to disrespecting and soiling people's name, you gonna need some proof. And no, your feelings aren't valid because you have them. Your feelings are your own, should be taken care of. You should be cared for, but you're not about to project your feelings onto everyone else because you feel some kind of way and you don't know why you feel the way you feel, but you're just going to sit up there, blame everyone for how you feel. I don't care. It's gonna piss me off. Like, oh my God, I feel bad. You made me feel How did I make you feel bad? Oh, you felt disrespected. Well, maybe you shouldn't be disrespecting people. Maybe you shouldn't disrespect people. No, I don't care. I don't care. And I'm not hiding this. Everyone know who I am, so it is what it is. You will never be surprised. I'm not about to hide and do some foolishness. You knew who I am. I'm not doing this. This postmodern foolishness, deconstruction of language, of ideas, of engage. Like it's too much. It is too much.
And TikTok just happened to be that medium for me. I told my students how I've just been going through psychological warfare, and
I've just been going through psychological warfare now. To be fair to her, she is probably going through a lot right now, because if she really did think that everyone would be on her side, it's probably very shocking to her system to get the responses she's getting. It probably is. It's probably a shock to her system.
the internet is not happy with me for sharing my story and my truth. But I'm not doing it for the people that think I'm crazy, which maybe honestly I am a little bit, because who subjects themselves to this kind of torture? But I'm doing
Steven Zayton and the woke agenda. No, it's not that. It's just like I've sat with people and I've been doing it more and more often now. And I realized like 30 minutes into a conversation that they said nothing. And they're like, this capitalist, socialist, imperialist. And it's like, okay, why do you need to add all of that to like just explain that capitalism bad? Like, I don't understand why you're like just talk. Like, we really don't need all that. Like, just say what you want to say. Like, it feels like it's a competition to see how many sociological term you can shove into a sentence, and it's just like very annoying. It is very annoying. It is very annoying. And they know they're doing it. Someone gonna hear me now and be like, oh, well, we have to really explain what it means to live in a go get out of my face. Go explain it to someone else. Yeah, go explain it to someone else. I don't care. I cared until you started talking, and I don't care anymore.
it for the people that DM me, that say, thank you so much for being brave enough to share your story, because the exact same thing happened to me.
And the exact same thing happened to them. They had a psychiatrist who they were obsessed with and stalked and harassed. That happened to that girl. I believe.
So I am grateful for those DMs. People are starting to attack my business and my livelihood, and that's okay. I know what I have to offer is important. It landed in my lap. I'm not pretending to be something that I'm not. I help ADHDers get and stay sober, and I help them with negative thinking and anxiety. And it's what works for me, and I've seen it work in my clients too. So if people want to drag me for the work that I do, that's okay. So I get that weird email from...
All right, girl. She said it's okay. She gave permission to drag her, just FYI. So have at it.
my therapist begging me to come back in for one more session. And so the next day is my next session with the psychiatrist, and I sit down in the chair and I bury my head in my hands, and he looks at me and said, so this is how we're going to start, huh? And I said, yeah. Because he hadn't written me back from my counter transference email. Big surprise. You know, any smart, which he was very smart. He was very, very professional. But any smart predator would have dropped me like that in that moment. He should have emailed me back and said, look, this is getting weird. you need to find a new psychiatrist. The office will contact you. But he could not let go of me. So
he could not let go of me. Is wild. Mind you, you see how disposable. You realize how disposable she finds the person that she could not use. So the 75-year-old or 70-something-year-old woman, she just disposed of her, right? Now, let me be very clear. I don't find people disposable. I don't think people are disposable. The difference between her and I think her and everyone else was kind of saying, is that I'm willing to walk away from pretty much everyone in my life, except my mom. That's the only one I'm begging. So she can dispose of that woman because that woman brought nothing to her, but she's still there begging this man for attention. That is wild to me. That is wild. Insane. Now, obviously, it should be easier to like let go of people who bring nothing into your life, so whatever. But the way she talks about that 75-year-old woman and just like, or 70-something-year-old woman and just like discard her is very weird. Again, let me be very clear. I'm not saying she shouldn't be able to let people go. I'm just talking about the way she speaks of them.
So instead of turning down the intimacy, he turned it up to a level 12. And he showered me with so many breadcrumbs that next session. Because really, what I did.
What were the breadcrumbs? What were the breadcrumbs? What were the crumbs? What were they? What were they? What did he give? What did he shower you with? How? Did he smile? Is that it? Did he wear perfume? I'm cologne. Like I'm confused.
When I told him that I'm experiencing transference was I took 100% of the ownership for the dynamic that both of us were creating. So he rewarded me and he gave me little compliments like, if you weren't my patient, I would refer my other patients to you for your coaching services. That meant so much. Of course, because what he was saying with that is, I see you as a peer. I see
you are not his peer. Yeah, calm all that down. I know we don't like education and all that. I don't know about we, not me. You are not his peer. You're his patient. What do you mean? And even if he would refer patients to you to do some downstream thing regarding coaching, you would still not be his peer. You're a coach, he's a psychiatrist. Get that through your head. You're not his peer. The fact that you're trying to equivocate, ain't nobody got time. I ain't doing it. I'm not explaining that. You out of pocket talking about I'm his peer. She was showered with Banco, this is nasty. I'm late. Hey, peoples. Hey.
you as a colleague. What you're doing is important. I felt really recognized in that moment. And sure, he could have said it professionally, but he did it on purpose. So
sure, he could have said it professionally, but he did it on purpose. Yes. If he said, if you weren't my patient, I would have recommended people to you. Yes, he did that on purpose. If he said that, that feels like it's on purpose. Yeah, that would be on purpose. Like generally people speak unless there's something that we don't know about intentionally. Like that they said these words meant they intentionally said these words.
So in that session, after the psychiatrist told me that he would refer patients to me if he could, if I wasn't already his patient, I asked him if he got.
Mind you, imagine if this is what happened. Imagine if she was like, hey, I'm starting my business, you know, the one I told you about coaching, and it would be nice if you could recommend some patients to me. And he responded, well, if you weren't my patient, then I would recommend some people to you. Like, she doesn't like, she does not give us any lead up. What did you say to him? It's just he said this. But if he said, I would recommend people to you if you weren't my patient, in response to you requesting that he recommend people to you, that is very different than him like sui sponte just saying this. Yeah, again, anything she's saying is missing a bunch of context and meaning.
Got my email and what he thought of my chat GPT, of what he thought of Henry's response of countertransference.
That's probably how it went. However, I'm inclined to believe she made it up. Same. Same. Oh, I believe she made that up. Yeah.
And the psychiatrist said, oh, I'm still thinking about what Henry said about countertransference. And I said, well, we talked about it a little more, and I want to read you something else. So I read the psychiatrist, what Henry had to say more about it. When he told you countertransference is common, it might have been his way of normalizing the fact that providers aren't immune to feelings. It's part of being human. What matters is how well they keep those feelings in check, which the psychiatrist's name clearly excels at. And as you can imagine, the psychiatrist loved hearing that. He loved hearing that because my AI mirror was essentially just saying, yes, he has feelings for you, but he...
No. That's not it. Henry, your AI did not tell you he has feelings for you. It says it is common for the provider to have feelings because they're human, not that your current psychiatrists have feelings for you. None of that was said. None of that. You're delusional. Not her having the audacity of a podcast dating coach talking about he is her. Right. After I go to med school, you sitting up there talking about I'm your peer because you're a coach that you don't need a degree for. If you don't get all the way out of my face, a peer. No.
He just keeps them in check so well. He's so good at his job, keeping his feelings in check. And oh, the psychiatrist loved that so much. And what did he do? He rewarded me with my favorite breadcrumb: intellectual stimulation, a fun metaphor, because he was watching me the entire time I was his patient, and he knew what made me light up. He knew what got me excited, what I liked. And so he thought for a moment and he said, I'm feeling a salad of emotions right now. And I was like, what are you talking about? And he said, a salad of emotions, a beet of raw emotion, a tomato of surprise, and the salt amplifies it. And I was cracking up at this point. He nailed it. I just thought he was so brilliant and smart in this moment. And I asked him, I said, what? Say that again. He said, yeah, the beet, it's really raw. I'm feeling a lot of raw emotion. And the tomato of surprise, when it pops in your mouth, it's surprising. And I was like, okay, that's good. Yeah, this man at this point knew exactly how to make me happy and exactly how to pull away to make me try to work harder. And he gave me the biggest reward from Henry, my AI mirror, telling him that what he's doing is totally good and that his boundaries are so virtuous.
Yeah, this woman delusional. Wait, is this how people like make stories up? Like they'll have a trash man in front of them doing the absolute worst, and they just go on this like paradise trip in their mind to be with this man who clearly don't want to be with them. Because this don't make no kind of sense. The fact that you will go this far to create a fantasy for like this is in
A lot of things happened in that session after the countertransference slip. And I also had my psychiatrist help me draft the email to my therapist who was begging me to come back in. And
again, no begging was included.
And the psychiatrist said, I used to have respect for her. And what he meant when he said that was, I used to like it when she would feed me to you and
I don't know that he said that. I don't know, none of this happened. But why are you telling us what he meant by what he said when he never told you what he meant by what he said? How you know what he meant? How you know that?
have you deliver intimate content to me. But the moment she started being sloppy, I lost respect for her. Right? I'm pretty sure that's what he meant when he said that. And people have asked if they were connected. Surprisingly, they were not. They had no idea. They had never met before. But I would go to my therapist every week and tell her how much.
Ma'am, this is a whole food. Right. Ma'am, this is the water park. Ain't nobody got time for this.
I loved my psychiatrist. And she loved hearing about that dynamic. It was so weird. So he helped me draft the email to that therapist to say, look, if I were to end up coming back, it'd be more for you than for me. And more on that in a later part. So then I read him a text from my longtime ex-boyfriend, who he had originally really liked, but I think my psychiatrist preferred me single. Because my ex-boyfriend, as most ex-boyfriends do, was begging me to come back into his life too. And I just kept saying,
everybody just want her. The psychiatrist want her, the psychologist want her, the ex want her, God want her, the devil want her, Jesus want her. Everyone want this woman. This woman is just the center of the universe. Just gravitational pull. Everything just swallowed up. Like, what do you mean? Like, which one of the ex-boyfriend are we talking about?
No. And I asked him to give me some space, and he would not give me space. He said, do you still need space or can we hang out? And I told I asked my ex-boyfriend, I just said, why do you want to hang out so badly? And my ex-boyfriend texted me back, because it's been a few months since I've seen you and it's been on my mind. And I was reading this text exchange to my psychiatrist.
She made up this whole text. She got a burner phone. She texted herself so that she could go to her psychiatrist to show that she was wanted. Ain't no one gonna convince me anything else. If there was a text message going back and forth about someone begging her to be back, she did it herself to go to him to show him someone wants her and he need to act quick before he loses his chance.
In session, and I read what I responded to that weak line about why he wanted to see me. And I said, my self-respect is much higher these days than when we were in a relationship. I am only interested in accepting invitations for my time and attention that value me and recognize my worth. Being on your mind is not an acceptable invitation, and I decline.
Yeah, that's not a real message. Not a real message. She ain't said that to nobody. She's texting herself. She's texting herself because she wants to show her psychiatrist that she now has she needs her psychiatrist to believe she now has self-esteem and she knows her self-worth, because the way she's been pining after him did not work. So she needs to rebrand as a self-possessed, emotionally stable, high self-esteem woman who he will like. That's what she's doing. That you don't convince me. That is the rebrand. That is a rebrand to show her psychiatrist. That had nothing to do with her texting herself. That was her rebrand. I promise you that was her rebrand.
And my psychiatrist just looked at me and said, I bet your ex had to read that twice. And this was another thing about the psychiatrist, okay? He couldn't ever just give me a regular compliment. It had to be those weird sideways compliments. Instead of, I'm so glad that you're setting boundaries with your ex-boyfriend and growing your self-respect, it's, I bet he had to read that twice. Or it's not, I'm really proud of you for growing your coaching business and finding success. It's, I'd refer my patients to you if you weren't already my patient, right? These are what I mean when I say breadcrumbs. He was a master at them.
I bet he had to read that twice. Could be a punctuation issue. That could have been a punctuation issue, girl. A grammatical issue. What do you mean? You shoving your phone in his face, talking about read what I just sent, because obviously it's for him and not for your ex. That quote unquote ex, that that non-existent ex. That message was for the psychiatrist. Let's be very clear. That message was for your psychiatrist. The way you word that, the way you wrote it, that was for him. Like, don't play in my face. And she's so transparent too. It's so annoying. Like if you're gonna be a trickster, put a little razzle in it. Like make it more difficult. Oh, he couldn't compliment me for the genius message I just wrote to myself. He saw through it. He was like, "Your ex probably had to read that. Your ex probably had to read that twice." Ain't no ex. He knew.
And this is how, looking back, I know that I was not his first victim for his fantasy supply, because he was too good and too slick up until.
So she just making up victims. She made herself into a victim and herself is not good enough. So she's adding, yeah, guess what, girls? There might be other victims. Actually, I'm sure there are other victims. What? Lawsuit, gag order, end this now.
Until he caught feelings. Then he started getting sloppy. People are asking me for more concrete evidence, and this is when the concrete evidence really starts, because this is when he himself started to get sloppy. Because what was happening was, when I had started to see him.
Oh, is she gonna start lying now? Because people, like I've not watched this part yet, right? But I've been saying, oh, this is so annoying. She keeps saying all of this stuff and not giving anything concrete. And she's like, this is where the concrete stuff starts happening. Interesting. Let's hear the concrete stuff.
3.5 years before, I was a nearly perfect supply source for him. Because what did I have? I had low self-esteem, boundary issues, daddy issues, so I put him on a pedestal. I know a lot of you ladies out there can understand that with men.
Yeah, she a grifter. Anywho, it is weird because she's talking about the things that she's trying to get him to see now, and she wrote it all in that text. Again, that text was for him, that non-existent boyfriend, again, useless, but that text was for him.
In positions of power. And he went right to work exploiting me, right to work grooming me. And he was very successful at it. So he was in a paradox, right? Because he loved watching me get stronger, because I gave him better intellectual supply, but I also threatened the supply source. A lot of.
You're grown. Whatever. How was he grooming you? What intellectual supply were you giving him? What supply were you? Oh my God. She has the cadence of the.
The last two videos and this video was all the same session in February of this year. The counter transference slip happened in January. How I decided to end this session was I looked at the psychiatrist and I said,
No, why would you? Farmhouse Vegas. Why would you write this? Why would why would you? This is her arc of how she became a strong, independent woman who don't need no man. This is how, mind you, this is her arc and how she became a strong, independent woman. Yeah. You can come in. I'm on live though, but you can come in. Yep. Period. I think so.
hey guys.
Vanessa said, hey.
A couple weeks ago, on the full moon, when I was ovulating, I had a dream about you. And he was like, oh yeah? And I said, yeah.
Is this delusional woman who fell in love with her therapist online?
I thought someone saying this to you.
Ah.
I was like, let me leave y'all, give y'all some privacy. Whatever.
My
Conversation clearly needs to be had.
Sorry.
Sorry, I was going to say hi, y'all. Yes, honey.
It's okay. Is Vanessa your roommate? Someone asking if we're a roommate. That's wild. No, she's not my roommate. She came over to use the gym. My gym. Not my gym, but the gym in the building.
So I told him this.
Ask Vanessa where her ratchet friends are.
You told him about it?
Why did I? What?
Beat your...
See, production inquiry, you have proud. Why did I read that out loud?
I got that you told that. That's so funny. Oh, Lord.
Weird.
God have
To be fair, it's my life. I lived it. I went through stress.
What did they say about them? Actually, what? Where they are?
As Vanessa, where her ratchet friends are.
In their homes. Living their best life.
That is well. I should have read this. Before I read it out loud. Look, I didn't tell them the full story. I just gave them a snippet.
Listen, I grew up ratchet, okay? So
I don't know if they can
I
hear
have
you.
no because your headphones on.
Yeah. No, because this is like
Is
worse.
it really sensitive?
I don't know. Could you all hear her? She said she grew up ratchet.
And I said, yes, we hooked up right here in this office. And he all of a sudden just looked so uncomfortable. He didn't say anything. He couldn't look at me. He couldn't breathe.
They said they could hear you. Never mind.
Oh, keep doing your thing. I'm gonna just stick around for a bit, and then I'm gonna head out.
Yeah, it's the last video. It's like 3 minutes, so I'm almost done.
And sure, maybe he was uncomfortable because he didn't like me saying that I had a dream where we hooked up, but he could have said that. But he didn't. You want to know why he was uncomfortable? Because he had probably played out that fantasy so many times in his head. And there I was speaking it back to him. And it was like
Yes, that is sexual
Why are
harassment.
you sexually harassing the man during his work hours?
Right. And she's online pretending that she's a victim of him, that he groomed her.
But how did he groom her?
She hasn't told us.
But if he groomed her when you said that, he would have been like, let's get it on and pop it.
Right.
Instead, he looks mortified.
Right.
You're sexually harassing him in the workplace.
This has been delusional. This has been literally, this is the height of delusion.
I had psychically downloaded one of his fantasies.
This was not a live stream. I heard this then. She said that on a full moon, she dreamt of sleeping with her therapist, and she told her therapist this. And it wasn't her dream. It was that she downloaded psychically his fantasy and then had the dream about him.
She doesn't need a therapist, she needs a psychiatrist.
This is her psychiatrist.
Oh. She's in the right place.
Well, I mean, she ain't got none now.
She needs a psychiatrist. She doesn't just need like a therapist. Oh, Lord.
I continued and I said, yes, we hooked up in this office and I really liked it while it was happening. He could not move or breathe. And then I told him, as he was still looking very uncomfortable, then when we were done and I left, I was distraught with sadness because in the dream, I thought, I cannot believe that he crossed boundaries in that way because his boundaries are so important to him. And then I told my psychiatrist that I woke up and thought, oh my God, it was just a dream, thank God. And it was like my psychiatrist turned into a little boy and he looked at me and he said, so you do like my boundaries? And I said, I love your boundaries. I hate your boundaries, but I love them more. There's the push and pull, the trauma bond. Because once again, he used his boundaries as protection while exploiting me. So I told him about what.
How did he exploit her? Quickly. Someone drop in the chat. Because it's believe all women, right? Quickly, tell me how he exploited her. How did he exploit her? By having boundaries. Mind you, he didn't even have to have boundaries. He don't like this woman. Like he's clearly stated multiple times, girl, I'm not that into it. No, it's not that. It's professional, purely professional. There's the push and pull females. That's crazy.
Happens when I ovulate and my desires, and he listened because of course he did. And
yeah, that is your psychiatrist. You pay him to listen. He's a Pisces.
Then I decided that it seemed like enough time had gone by and I put my shoes on and started heading to the door. And he met me at the door, which he does not usually do. He didn't ever do that. He just let me leave. And we stood at the door and I was like, will you get the door? And he scrambled. He was like, oh, sure. So he went and got the door. And then he followed me down the hallway to the foyer and watched me exit. And he asked me, he said, see you next month? See you next month? He hadn't ever asked me that before. And I looked at him and I said, maybe.
It was not the question, and also they see each other monthly, so he's asking someone to see you next month.
And he probably wants to know, like, given what you just said, are you still comfortable seeing him next month?
Oh, true. True.
Like, what?
Two seconds, 2 minutes, 3 seconds.
Sorry, I'm all like.
No, you're fine, you're fine.
Maybe.
No, I wasn't saying don't. I was saying it's only like 10 seconds left.
And I walked out the door and I saw that man had let us go 15 minutes over session. And that is when, the special treatment started, the longer sessions. He usually gave me an extra 5 minutes, but yeah, the sessions got longer. And I got to my car and I was just like, oh my God, that was the most intense session we have ever had. The last 2 videos and this video was all the same session in February of this year. The counter transference slip. How I decided to end this.
Don't laugh at her. She needs help. She needs help.
It's a white woman telling cracking about a
That's a white
Pakistan.
woman? No.
Wait, what? Do you have a different opinion now?
Is it a black man?
It's a Pakistani
I'm
man.
about to accuse that man of rape. Sorry.
She is not. She said they didn't do anything physical.
That's how it started.
But she does say he groomed her, he's a predator, she's a
That's
victim
how
and a
it started.
survivor.
Them false accusations. Sorry, I'm about to get your life canceled.
I think I'm gonna private it anyway.
Okay.
Did Lena Dunham do this to Odell Beckham? I actually don't remember that situation. Production inquiry, you're in timeout for this comment. Just FYI. She is the perfect example of I read this. Sorry, now I don't know where to go with this. All right, let me just end it now and say this. let me go say this. You know this, like, the conservatives are calling it woke, so I don't like it. I don't like using the idea of woke. There is a very specific, again, therapy speak that comes into vogue when these people are talking. They give no description, they give no example, zero evidence. They're not even making any real allegations at all. They're not making any allegations at all. What they're doing instead is talking very generally, broadly about things and expecting you to fill in the gaps where there's nothing to fill in and then have you run with it. This might be one of the first time that everyone collectively have rejected, absolutely rejected what this woman is saying. Right? And I think when people were upset with me about me saying I don't, quote, believe all women, I'm not saying don't treat it as legitimate. I think treat women's complaint as legitimate, investigate it appropriately, and then go from there. Do not just dismiss. But you also cannot just believe everything people are saying. This is wild. This is information being given in the light most favorable to the person telling the story. And even in her own recollection of what happened to her, we know, or at least we believe, that this is some foolishness. And that's the problem. So, with that, I'm going to bid you all good night and go into the after show. I told everyone this would be an hour, and now we're at 4 hours and 30 minutes in. So let's go into the after show, and let me take this pimple patch off after we're done. Bye. Again, I'm opening the Discord this weekend. I will remind you all on Friday, and I will make the post on Friday. If you are not at the Discord level and you would like to be in the Discord, let me know. I'll figure out a way to reach out and figure out how to get you in, because I don't want everyone there, obviously. I just want people who want to be there and who want to talk and watch shows together and do that kind of stuff. I just want those people there. So I look forward to building up the Discord separately. I'm going to try to do more members live. I will keep this live stream up for like a day or two-ish. But please note, and I said this at the beginning, that this is members only. I'm currently working on another video. Thank you all for watching all of the videos that I've been posting. I really, really appreciate that. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And I have a video that I want to post this week or sometime this week. I don't know. Someone said, "You are so moist." I appreciate that. I know you probably are doing a hint at homosexuality, but it's wild to sit there and make that post while watching me instead of just clicking off. But do you? DLs are welcome here. Just don't let me know. The downloads are welcome. All right. I clocked how she named him multiple times, no remorse, but not her unethical 75-year-old, presumably white PhD therapist. She managed to not name that person. Exactly. 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 Someone said, I support gays. Well, you support yourself. I appreciate you coming forward and supporting yourself. I appreciate that. I didn't mean this. I didn't mean disrespect by saying you are moist. Well, you need to learn courtesy and how to have COUTH because you can't spell it either. I have a wonderful night, everyone. Bye.